Despite me living in the country that's literally Ireland's next door neighbour, I've never been to Ireland. That doesn't mean I don't want to go one day, because I absolutely do. Nor does it mean I'm not interested in the country's railways, because again, I absolutely am. In fact, Ireland's railways have a very, very interesting story to tell. A story which I want to share with you all tonight. But I'm not alone tonight. Tonight, I am being joined by a very special guest from the Emerald Isle itself. None other than Elektro. You all know Elektro from these live streams, but he is here today with me in the flesh at my house. He's currently upstairs preparing himself though. He will be down in just a moment. And I am not using the webcam today in order to protect his identity. For now though, who have we got? Martin, Train Guy, Neon, Rob, John Murray. Yeah, a good number of people. So yeah, Elektro will be joining us in person fairly soon. Another person I was hoping to have tonight is a guy called Stuart Studios 5. I'm sure he will, Neon. And hello, Stan. He is a huge Irish Railways fan, so I was hoping we would have him tonight. Right, so let's give him a call. Let's give him a call and see if he'll join us in the voice chat. Doesn't matter if he doesn't. Stan is staying this time, Martin. Oh, never mind. Tangmere and Scarborough on Wednesday? Nice. Alright. So, I guess we will waste no more time. Call aborted. Yeah, I'm afraid so, Neon. I guess we will waste no more time and get right into talking about Ireland's railway history from its very beginnings. Let's start with Ireland's very first railway, the Dublin and Kingstown Railway. Yes, he has, John Murray. Dublin and Kingstown Railway was not only Ireland's first railway, but it was also one of the first commuter railways in the world. Your auntie lives in Dublin? Nice. Yes, it was, Stan, until Ireland and Northern Ireland split up. So the passing of the Dublin and Kingstown Railway Act in 1831 enabled the railway line to be built. Part of my family are from Ireland. Oh yeah, you did mention that, Neon. Hold on, I'm just letting Odd and Milk Dud know we started. You're quarter Irish? Oh yeah, you did mention that, Neon. So yeah, Dublin and Kingstown Railway was Ireland's very first railway. Atmospheric railway for 10 years, first use as a passenger jack engine, world's first commuter railway, and the first railway company to build its own locomotive. Very interesting. These are what the coaches looked like. The second class coaches looked like on the Dublin and Kingstown Railway. So yeah, the earliest of all the earliest railway coaches were like four-wheel, were like stage coaches on rails. Oh, cool. MLP fan. For most of history, Ireland was part of the UK. Yes, we're aware, Stan. The Dublin and Kingstown Railway is actually very similar to the London and Greenwich Railway, which the Dublin and Kingstown predated by about 2 years. The Dublin and Kingstown and London and Greenwich Railways actually have a lot in common. Both were built in the 1830s. Both were the first railways in the capitals of their respective countries. Both, hang on. Both were some of the first commuter railways ever built. And both are still around today. And both are still around today as part of a wider electrified commuter network. Okay, it sounds like Elektro's coming down now. My boy, chicken and toasters for dinner. I know, Damo. Welcome to the stream. Stan and Neon both still there? Just a minute, guys. I was just saying about how similar the Dublin and Kingstown Railway was to the London and Greenwich Railway.
Alright, don't worry, I'll be down in a bit.
Right, Alexa says I'll be down in a minute. Do we have to break off for dinner shortly? Chicken and fries, something nice? We have prawns for dinner, nice. So yeah, Dublin and Kingstown Railway was some of the very first railways in Ireland. Both ends on weekdays every half an hour, 6 a.m. until 11:30 p.m, stopping at all stations. Prawn. So it was originally built to 4-foot 8.5-inch gauge, but then there was a bit of a row, and eventually all railways in Ireland were re-gauged to 5-foot 3-inch gauge. We'll talk about that in more detail when Elektro joins us. Yeah, broader gauge, don't worry. Alright, see you in a bit, Neon. See if there's a video on the Dublin and Kingstown Railway. Pie for dinner. Oh my god, James. Oh shit. Shit. Lagging a bit. Sorry. Here we are, this video by Jago Hazard, which talks a bit about the London and Greenwich Railway as well as the Dublin and Kingstown, should explain everything.
Good evening, or morning as the case may be. I recently released a video, yesterday in fact, about the London and Greenwich Railway, in which I stated that it was the first commuter railway in the world. I received several comments not long after, pointing out that I was incorrect, and the first commuter railway in the world was in
Hi,
Ireland.
Banoffee Pie, nice to see you.
And you know what? That's first commuter railway in the world was in Ireland. And you know what? That's absolutely right. Mea culpa. What can I say? I'm one of those arrogant Londoners you read about. So allow me to correct my error with a quick video. The Dublin and Kingstown Railway opened a couple of years before the London and Greenwich Railway in 1834. It ran from Westland Row in Dublin to Dunlara. I hope I'm pronouncing Dunlara right, apologies if I'm not. Anyway, back then Dunlara was known as Kingstown, and the harbour there was seen as a good destination for a railway. The mailboat arrived there, as of course did a lot of cargo, and this was to be the original focus of the railway, except that it turned out to be immensely popular with passengers. So much so that goods became secondary to commuters and were transported on coach roofs or under the seats, and thus did it become the first commuter railway. The railway was built very fast, in just 18 months, something that future engineers looking after the railway's infrastructure would come to lament. It used locomotives from the start, and from 1841 became the first railway to build its own locos rather than buying them in from independent builders, as was the start its own start. And from 1841 became the first railway to build its own locos rather than buying them in from independent builders, as was the style at the time. Unusually for Irish railways, it was built to the British standard gauge of 4 feet 8.5 inches, although it would later be rebuilt to the Irish standard gauge of 5 foot 3 inches. In 1843 they introduced the first commercial atmospheric railway between Kingstown and Dalkey. An atmospheric railway is a curious thing where instead of using locomotives, the carriages are attached to a piston in a pipe between the rails. A pumping engine then creates a vacuum in the pipe which sucks the coaches along. It actually worked reasonably successfully until 1854, when it was decided that it didn't offer enough of an advantage over regular steam traction to justify keeping it. Not only could the railway boast its own steam locomotives and an atmospheric railway, but its own swimming pools. They were a neat little money spinner along the railway's coastal route, very popular with the health-conscious folk of the mid-19th century. The railway was taken over by the Dublin and Wicklow Railway in 1856 and converted to Irish standard gauge, and it still operates to this day. So, not only the first, but the oldest. It's now part of the Dublin Area Rapid Transit System, or DART.
We'll talk more about the DART later.
I guess it could be argued that the London and Greenwich was the first railway to be intended as a commuter railway from the start, but that's not what I said in the video. I do wonder, though, if the directors of the London and Greenwich were aware of the Dublin and Kingstown when they were building their line. Anyway, that's that. Once again, I would like to apologise to my viewers, especially those in Ireland, for my ignorance of this pioneering railway. This is a very basic video, just for the sake of correcting my error, but maybe one of these days I should see about doing a more in-depth piece. I'm sure I've skipped over quite a lot. Anyway, let me know in the comments if you'd like to see something more in-depth, and I'll look into it. Thanks for watching.
So, that's the Dublin and Kingstown Railway for you. Alright. So, we'll talk about the reason why We'll talk about the reason they converted to 5-foot 3-inch gauge later, when Elektro comes downstairs. First, though, let's now talk about the Dublin and Kingstown Railway successor, the Dublin and Wicklow Railway, as Jago said in the in that video. The Dublin and Wicklow Railway eventually took over the Dublin and Kingstown Railway, which later became the Dublin and Southeastern Railway. Went to Ireland last year? Nice. Seem to already know them. Why don't you tell us anyway, John Murray? Yeah, I do agree, actually, James. So the Dublin and Southeastern Railway built their lines, you know, from the south of Dublin through along part of the route that's now part of the Dublin Area Rapid Transit, and they built their lines down to Wexford and Waterford. And later, I assume, they built it onto Rosslare. Yeah, I'm sure he will too, John Murray. Same argument, Batman, Superman, or on same argument. Realising I had a bit of rats sucking cups in the background. Oh, God. Well, welcome to the stream, Odd. Tonight we are talking about Irish railways. My Irish friend Elektro, who I of course befriended via your live streams, is with me tonight. And tonight I decided we're talking about Irish railways as he's here. I don't have the webcam on tonight, Odd, in order to protect Elektro's identity. He needs to let his phone charge first, but he'll be down in a moment. These are all the railways that the Dublin and Southeastern Railway became part of. Ireland actually use a slightly wider track gauge than most railways do, Odd. Most railways are built to 4-foot 8.5-inch gauge. Ireland's railways are built to 5-foot 3-inch gauge. Elektro will tell us the reason when he comes down here. Press block. If you're arguing with someone or someone crying things to you, you can click the 3 dots on the side of the name and press block. Some of you should really use it. Yeah, I guess. This is one of the locomotives that ran on the Dublin and Southeastern Railway. The 35 class Atlantics. Hold on. So yeah, what do you think of that, Odd? Did it kill the arguments? Yeah, it would. Dublin having a slightly wider track gauge. Unfortunately, like all the railways in Ireland, the Dublin and Southeastern was greatly affected by the Irish Civil War. Let's talk about a few more of the Irish ones now. The Great Northern Railway of Ireland. Not to be confused with the British Great Northern Railway. That goes out of London King's Cross up to Yorkshire, or the American Great Northern Railway that goes through America's northern states. This is the Irish Great Northern Railway we're talking about. So it did build some of their lines through the Republic of Ireland, but most of the Great Northern Railway's lines ran through what is now Northern Ireland. These are lovely. So yeah. You still there, Odd? Elektro will be joining us in person soon, Odd. He's literally in my house right now. I don't know, Martin. Awesome. But yeah, Elektro wouldn't even be here right now, Odd, had I not befriended him through your live streams. So yeah, I don't think I'd be doing this live stream right now were it not for you, Odd. So thank you. Gotta go to late dinner. Gonna do late dinner? Why's that? So the Great Northern Railways of Ireland lasted a bit longer than the other Irish railway companies before they were all nationalised into CIE. Great Northern Railway of Ireland lasted until 1958, when it officially became part of CIE. Lasted a bit longer due to the division of the Republic of Ireland and Northern Ireland. Partition of Ireland created a border through the Great Northern Railway of Ireland's territory. Well, yes, that's one of the most stereotypical Irish legends, isn't it, Damo? So it was a merger of the Irish Northwestern Railway and the Ulster Railway, founded in 1862 and merged into the Great Northern Railway. Columbus's. You still there, Odd? The imposition of border controls caused some service disruption. Trains having to stop at Dublin and not eased until 1947. Oh god, I'm sorry, Odd. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea, Odd. $53 food's already nice. Yeah, but to be fair to Odd, James, if you block them, yeah, you don't even see their messages. I know, Damo. Oh yeah, there was also the Belfast and Northern Counties Railway. They operated the lines further north of the Great Northern Railway. Right. Well, if you agree with Odd, Martin, then just do it. Newbie Class 69. Country of Quality. Welcome. Hello there. That's fine, Banoffee Pie. Thanks for coming. Okay, well done, James. Now you won't even have to see his messages. You hear that, Odd? James has just blocked Martin. Oh yeah, there was the Dublin and Southeastern Railway had some pretty bad train crashes as well. Derailment on Bradley Hoe Viaduct. Overran the buffers at Hancourt Street station in Dublin. Find the argument entertaining? I do as well, to a degree, Stan. Anyway, there was... Yeah, Train of Thought did a video about the Harcourt Street crash. Train ran right through the brick wall, so basically a better view for Gordon, Irish edition. So what do you think of this, Odds? This was taken in 1900, when a train crashed through the buffers and the wall of Harcourt Street station in Dublin. So what do you think of this, Odd? And everyone else, for that matter. Hello, nothing to see here. So what do you think, Odd? Think of it. Train coming right through the wall here. What do you think, Odd? Dublin's Valentine disaster. Yeah. Train of Thought made a video on this 6 months ago, so we'll have a quick watch of it.
Valentine's Day, a time for love, romance...
It happened on Valentine's Day as well.
Boxes of chocolates in the shape of a heart. Like many other countries, Ireland too remembers Valentine's Day as a day for love and affection. However, one street in Dublin remembers it somewhat differently, as the day a train got a little too keen when trying to profess its love for a brick wall.
For a brick wall? So yeah, what do you think, Odd?
On the 14th of February 1900, engine number 17 of the Dublin, Wicklow and Wexford Railway set off from Wexford with a train of cattle vans destined for Dublin. The DWW...
You did answer? Oh, sorry. What was it? What was it? What did it say, Odd?
Slow and easy. And on that day, driver Bill War had a reputation of running their trains slow and easy. And on that day, driver Bill Hyland and fireman Peter Jackson were certainly in no hurry. After several
no one got unalived. No one was killed, thankfully.
Driver Bill Hyland and fireman Peter Jackson were certainly in no hurry. After several pickups, the train stopped in Gorey, where the driver, fireman and several herders had lunch, expecting an easy afternoon run. Number 17, Wicklow, was a fairly new 060 engine, having been built in 1899 with some parts supposedly coming from an older 042. With 26 wagons fully loaded with cattle, 3...
No, it's not actually, Damo. That came from the Garmont-Pernaz crash, which is a far more famous train crash.
Easy afternoon run.
This
Number
was basically
17,
Ireland's
Wicklow
equivalent of
was a fairly
Garmont-Pernaz,
new
though.
engine, having been built in 1899 with some parts supposedly coming from an older 042.
So this engine was only a year old at the time of the crash. Cass, are you going to stay for once? Oh, no, you're fine. Dutch version of Edward's basis is still around?
In
Nice.
1899, with some parts supposedly coming from an older 042. With 26 wagons fully loaded with cattle, 3 miscellaneous goods and a brake van, the train set off on its last leg towards Dublin. Its destination, Harcourt Street Station. The station layout was awkward. There was only one platform despite being double-tracked, and in order to access the goods station, trains coming in had to enter the passenger station, then back 200 yards along the down line in order to access the points leading to the goods platform. Another
That is
issue
very
was the line to
awkward.
the
Don't you
station
guys
to access
agree?
the points leading to the goods platform. Another issue was the line to the station from Ranelagh was built on a slight decline. And while not a terribly steep grade,
Not
drivers
yet.
had to be careful with their brakes when approaching Harcourt, especially with a heavy load.
When it comes to staying the streams, yeah, I know. Hold on a second, guys. Okay, John Murray was asking after you.
Oh, sure thing. I'll see what he has to say.
You coming down in a moment then?
Yeah.
Your phone nearly charged?
It's only on 34%
Okay, cool. Right, Elektro will be down in just a moment.
It was 4:30 in the afternoon when the train approached Harcourt Street Station. Drivers were instructed to use only their handbrakes when approaching dead-end stations, but many drivers used a combination of both handbrakes and vacuum brakes when stopping at Harcourt. And
Yeah, why only the handbrake when approaching dead-end stations? Why not both the vacuum and the handbrakes? Why was that the rules? Why was that the rules? I don't
Highland
understand
was
it.
no exception. At the signal approaching the station, both driver and fireman applied the handbrake on both the engine and its tender, while the guard applied the brakes on his van. For some reason, however,
Oh, God,
Highland
James.
found the train wasn't slowing down as quickly as he'd hoped. He applied the handbrake harder and used the vacuum brakes on and off too, but still the train
Oh,
was
sounds
going
like he's coming
too
down now. Everyone, please welcome to the stream the dragon from the Emerald Isle himself, Elektro.
It's good to see you all, and I'm glad to finally be here. After
Lovely
so long.
stuff. Yeah, you hear that, Odd? Elektro's finally here, and he's here in our house today because you made it possible, Odd. So thank you.
harder.
So at the moment, Elektro, I'm showing everyone a video about a crash that happened at the now closed Harcourt Street station in Dublin.
Alright.
So you know how in A Better View for Gordon basically smashes through the station wall.
Yeah, I know.
A very similar incident happened in Ireland on Valentine's Day in 1900.
But that was not the basis. That was a French crash, wasn't it?
It happened at Garmont-Pernaz station in like the 1890s, but a very similar crash happened in Ireland.
Gordon just can't catch a break, can
No,
he?
he can't. He applied the handbrake harder. Sounds like a euphemism.
Yeah, but the thing is that trains can't do emergency stops.
Well, they try, but no, not really. They can't stop on a dime like cars can. Also known as Denmark. Parody series. Odd just said, "Hey, what's good to you, Elektro?"
Well, Odd, it's great to be here, and I'm grateful that you were able to make this possible.
Yeah, I'm very grateful too. Anyway, let's carry on with the video.
And used the vacuum brakes on and off too, but still the train was going too fast. It entered the station
Indeed,
travelling
train
at
guy.
roughly 4 miles an hour. When Highland
Right,
saw the train wasn't going to stop in time, he put the engine into reverse and fully applied the vacuum brake. Skidding past the platform, the train passed over the turntable and collided with the buffers at the end of the line. The buffers were fixed to a concrete block buried in the ground. However, the reinforcements holding this block in place weren't equipped for such a heavy impact. So when the train collided with the buffers,
Or John Murray says, "If you and me ever meet in reality, I'll try and be as talkative as Elektro." That's sweet of you, John Murray.
instead
Speaking
of
of which,
stopping,
what
the
did John want me for?
I think he just wanted to know how you were doing.
Well, John, I am doing well. Thanks for asking. I just actually arrived here yesterday.
Nice. It's nice to know that something nice has come out of all of it. It's funny how random decisions have strained consequences, both good and bad for others. Indeed odd. Oh, you gave Mr. Eric a cross expression.
What do you think?
Good.
Do you think it works for him?
Indeed. Yeah, guys. Elektro has actually found he's sorting through my box of Lego minifigures at the moment, and he actually put cross expression on the minifigure that I used for Mr. Eric.
And then I pretty much just put his original face on this rogue minifigure.
Well, I'll need him back before you go, Elektro.
That's fine. I'll just switch them out when you're finished.
Say well-oiled beef hook, you will sound well Irish. Well-oiled beef hooked.
Wait, what? Stan actually he says that?
Oh, I don't know.
Well, just to let you know, my accent still is rather weak. I still have sort of an American accent in me.
Yeah, it's from the part of Ireland Elektro comes from.
Well, not exactly. I mean, I pretty much just stuck to watching a lot of American TV shows, and so that's kind of why I have this sort of voice. However, I do also... I am getting my Irish voice back.
Indeed.
Alex still thinks I have a bit of an English accent.
It's kind of a combination of all three, really. We've been collecting Star Wars figures. Awesome. Right, we were talking about this crash that happened.
I remember, Stan. I remember seeing you get Captain Rex. I actually have the ARC Trooper 5s.
Nice. So we were talking about this crash, weren't we?
Force shoved them out of place and the train kept going, straight through the station wall
And
where
that's
it
the
finally
end result.
stopped. The engine ironically coming
What do
to
you
a
think?
stop, resting on the concrete block the buffers were mounted on.
Sure it did.
On the concrete block the buffers were mounted on. Look, such a hilarious pose it ended up in.
It pretty much just looks the exact same as when Gordon crashed into the station.
Well, yeah, more or less. Thankfully, no one was killed in this crash.
The hole in the
But there
station wall, 40 foot
there was at least severe injuries.
Well, maybe we'll see what train of thought the guy narrating has to say.
Speaking of which, when
Have Irish accent.
will I be doing my part?
When we get to the part about Ireland's narrow gauge railways.
Okay, because I actually still need to do a bit of research for the Shore Valley Railway.
All right then. It's still there, Rod?
the buffers were
Praising
mounted on.
God.
The crash left a hole in the station wall 40 foot tall and 20 foot wide, with the locomotive awkwardly sitting 20 feet
just
above
look
the
at the
road
big hatch.
below. The tender disconnected from the engine and rested
Still
in the
there,
hole
Rod?
left behind from the buffers, standing nearly upright, lifting a timber wagon connected to it up with it. Fireman Jackson had jumped clear, but Highland
Jackson.
remained on the engine, his right arm getting trapped between some twisted metal bars, later
Ooh,
having
that's
to
gotta
have it
hurt.
amputated.
Oh, Odd's gotta go now. Gotta go for your late dinner. Alright, thanks for coming, Odd. Will you be back later?
Right arm getting trapped between some twisted metal bars, later having to have it amputated.
Ooh,
Fortunately,
nasty.
nobody else was hurt, though a few of the cattle were a little shaken. The railway quickly investigated the accident to figure out what had happened. However, the true cause has never really been agreed upon. In the official report, the driver was blamed for failing to keep track of the engine's speed while approaching the station. However, the guard on the train claimed that the rails were greasy, and other second-hand
guess so,
sources
Brett.
suggest
Hello,
that wet
Rue. Nice
leaves
to
on the
see you.
line might have been greasy, and
can't
other
believe it.
second-hand
All of your
sources
Lego
suggest that
minifigures,
wet
they
leaves
have
on the
no leg
line might
printing.
have been
Oh,
greasy,
yeah,
and other
they're all
second-hand
fairly old.
sources suggest that wet
Well,
leaves
to
on the
be fair,
line might
most of
have
them come
been
from
to
the city
blame.
line, which
The
don't really
station
have
remained
leg printing at
open to
all.
traffic as normal while workers built a platform
different
under
for-
the engine,
for- it's
allowing
different
it
for
to be
bigger-
towed
for
back
other
onto the
teams like
rails that
Ninjago,
landed
because
it.
they actually have a
Wicklow
lot
luckily
more
suffered little
designs
damage and was
put
soon
into
put back to
there.
work.
More heart
Highland,
put in their
meanwhile,
design.
retired
Nice.
from
So yeah, the engine's name, the name of the engine that got involved in the crash was called
being a
Wicklow.
driver and was given
Yeah,
a job as a
Wicklow.
station
I know
master
that.
in Bray.
Yeah,
the
named
railway
after one of the
decided it would
towns
be
that the railway served.
Yeah, County
best to install a
County
track
Wicklow.
leading
It's
from the
just-
upline
it's
straight
about
to
two-
the goods station
it's
in
about
order
two
to avoid
counties
goods
over from
trains from
Kilkenny,
having
where
to
I'm
stop at
from.
the passenger
Nice.
station first. It also
Although in order to
implemented
get
a
to
rule
Wicklow,
whereby
you'd
all trains
In
must
order to
stop
get
at
to Wicklow, you'd have to go up to Dublin and then come back. That's the main end. the main way to get to Wicklow.
Yeah.
Before proceeding to the station in order to make sure they were going at a controlled speed down the grade. Wicklow continued to work for the Dublin, Wicklow and Wexford Railway until 1935, when it was
Talked
finally
about that
withdrawn
earlier.
and scrapped, having suffered no other...
Alex telling me, John, but what I was surprised to know is that it's actually older than any other railway in England.
Well, older than any other railway in London.
Sorry, London.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Stockton and Darlington and Liverpool and Manchester railways predated the Dublin and Kingstown Railway, but the Dublin and Kingstown Railway predated London's first railway, the London and Greenwich Railway. Our model railway, where Oliver summons an injection fairly nice. Lego Star Trek sets we'd like to see? I'm not too sure.
Wicklow continued to work for the Dublin, Wicklow and Wexford Railway until 1935, when it was finally withdrawn and scrapped, having suffered no other major incident while in service.
Yeah,
Like
Wicklow was scrapped in 1935,
having
sadly.
suffered no other major incident while in service. Like I said, Valentine's Day is a day where many things come together, but let us also remember it as a day where we need to take a little extra care too. Else you too might find yourself slipping into a station you didn't intend to arrive in.
Yes.
Subscribe for more.
Good line to end it on. Anyway, so, Elektro, I've already explained to everyone how Ireland uses 5-foot 3-inch gauge as opposed to the standard 4-foot 8.5-inch gauge. But could you all tell us the reason why Ireland uses 5-foot 3-inch gauge?
Mainly because there was a mainly because there was a disagreement and a difference in beliefs and sort of how things work in Ireland as opposed to England. Since they what are you doing?
Looking up 5-foot 3-inch gauge railways.
Right. So basically there was a dispute between the two nations of England and Ireland because most likely because there were more passengers, most likely because passengers probably wanted more space to move around if they were on the trains.
Makes sense.
I don't know the exact reason, but I don't know the exact reason, but I do know is that Ireland didn't agree with England's 4.85 standard gauge railways.
Exactly. So it says here that the original Ulster Railway between Belfast and Armagh was built to 6-foot 2-inch gauge, and the Dublin to Drogheda Railway used 5-foot 2-inch gauge.
That's Drogheda.
Drogheda, sorry. Yeah, you correct me if I mispronounce any Irish town or county names.
So let's see, Belfast to Armagh and Dublin to Drogheda.
That's it. While most other companies built their lines to 4-foot 8.5-inch gauge, when the connecting lines between two Irish companies were mooted at standard gauge became necessary. So in 1843, the Board of Trade, with the advice of the engineers Charles Passley and George Stephenson, introduced the gauge of 5-foot 3-inch gauge as a compromise. So yeah, there were arguments about the difference of gauge. And the Regulation of Gauge Act in 1846 made it mandatory for all railways in Ireland to use 5-foot 3-inch gauge.
This dispute most likely started by Ireland holding resentment over England for many years.
Perhaps. I think another factor might have been the Ulster Railway seeing the benefit of Brunel's 7-foot gauge that he used for the Great Western Railway. So the Ulster Railway wanted to use a similar gauge, so built their line to 6-foot 2 inches. Do you remember any seasons of Yu-Gi-Oh airing in the UK? No.
I do remember seeing a trailer all the way back when I was about 6 years old for Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal airing, but other than that, nothing else.
Nice.
However, I did get around to watching it on Netflix and then later Kiss Anime when I had the chance.
Yeah, and to answer your question, Bill Bricks, literally the only footballer I know is David Beckham and his wife Victoria. I literally know nothing else about football. They've never liked us. Yeah, I'm aware, James. They certainly didn't. Stan. They certainly didn't like us after after the failed Easter Rising of 1916.
Yes, yes, and even though it's unrelated, I feel the need to mention that Ireland actually did get the biggest benefit from Brexit.
I know. Oh, Neon's back. Elektro.
So you've decided to return, Neos. Good to see you again.
None of the Celtic nations like us, no. Me and Elektro were just talking about why Ireland uses 5'3" gauge as opposed to the British standard gauge. The first railway in Ireland, the Dublin and Kingstown, was originally built to 4'8.5" gauge, but then when Ireland standardised its railways to 5'3" gauge, the Dublin and Kingstown was converted to 5'3". You remember any of the Angry Birds shows airing in the UK? I did remember seeing one of the Angry Birds Christmas specials airing in the UK, but other than that, I didn't see any of the Angry Birds tunes on UK airings.
I do remember seeing them on Netflix, but nowhere else.
Oh, nice. So 5'3" gauge is also the Irish 5'3" gauge is also used in some parts of Australia and also in Brazil, I believe. Me and Elektro were actually at the Kent and East Sussex Railway today, and one of the volunteers there actually told us the reason why some parts of Australia use 5'3" gauge, and it is actually to do with Irish settlers, like how the British Empire sent some Irish prisoners, banished them to Australia, basically.
To die.
Yes, and some of the Irish settlers in Australia basically insisted on parts of Australia using 5'3" gauge.
Most likely to spite England for sending them to Australia, and those were the lucky ones if they did. And those were the lucky ones if they didn't die at sea already.
Yes, I'm aware that the voyage across the seas to Australia, some of the British Empire prisoners unfortunately didn't survive. They'd acquired a much wider gauge? Yes, they did. Well, 5'3" is actually only slightly wider than standard 4'8.5" gauge, but
it still manages to move it out though.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Just think of it as our own stature.
Exactly.
I am actually tall. I am actually taller than Train Lover, and yet I thought we would have been the same height, but I was actually wrong. I don't know exactly what it is, and honestly, I kind of feel like I'm just digging for dirt at this point. But I kind of associated our gauge railways with our own stature since we met.
Yes. Now, come to think of it, Elektro, you are right. Might have exaggerated there. God. I never thought of that, Elektro. It says here that the Swiss Northern Railway that opened in 1847 was also built to 5'3" gauge. And, as I said, the first Brazilian railway was also built to 5'3" gauge.
So many other countries have actually followed Ireland. Possibly to get back at England for colonising their countries.
Probably. I mean, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure Brazil was at one. Wait, no, Brazil I don't think was part of the British Empire. It was part of the Spanish Empire. You tried to break away, and we still have part of your country. Well, who cares? I mean, Northern Ireland wanted to remain part of the UK, so
this was just due to religious beliefs.
Exactly.
Northern Ireland was Protestant, and Ireland proper was just Catholic.
Yeah, to do with Catholics and Protestants. Good on the Irish, indeed. They're apparently working on restoring the Thomas and the Magic Railroad Director's Cut. Awesome. You're going to Brazil.
Actually, James, I know the way. Actually, James, I know the way we don't I know the way we don't get along like at all, but I kind of think that is good because I know the way the Magic Railroad, just like the movie, it was a colossal failure. And I did just say the actual Magic Railroad, not just the film, but rather it would be good to actually see the proper, or would be able to see what the original cut of the film was like, so that at least there's more context.
Absolutely.
Because I will say that the original cut of the film was actually a bit of a mess.
It was.
But now, if it's going to be restored and properly drawn out, then that would be an exciting thing to do. I really hope they do the same thing for Revenge of the Sith, because that was going to be 4 hours long.
Really? I never knew the Revenge of the Sith was originally intended as a 4-hour film. No way would I be able to sit through that.
Yes, especially when you consider how most of those scenes are either extended versions of the final release or deleted scenes that never made it into the final release at all, such as Palpatine further manipulating Anakin to become Darth Vader, or Padme founding the Rebel Alliance.
Yeah, nice. I don't get along with anyone here. That is so true, Stan.
Unfortunately, Stan, you do screw a lot of people over, unfortunately.
You do.
I'm sorry, but I just have to be honest.
Well, honesty is something that I personally admire in people. Originally, we got a work print, which not many people wanted on YouTube. I was happy with it, though. Same here. A lot darker as well. Revenge of the Sith at its full length would have been terrible.
Oh, come on. Surely not, Stan. Besides, Revenge of the Sith, trust me, if a Star Wars fan heard you talking that way about Revenge of the Sith, they would literally go full General Grievous on you.
Yes. Hello, Jacob Muzzle. Nice to see you. This isn't Jacob JCB. This is a different Jacob.
Are you sure that's not Jacob Muscle, not Muzzle?
Oh, sorry. Sorry, I've been mispronouncing it, haven't I?
It's over, Anakin. The movie has more length.
Would have just dragged on. Yeah, I don't think I could have sat through a 4-hour film.
What are you talking about terrible, Neos?
Revenge of the Sith is a good film, don't get me wrong. I haven't seen it, but I'm taking everyone's word for it.
I know the way a lot of these so-called memes have spawned from Revenge of the Sith. I know, but that's only due to how awkward some of the scenes are. Like Anakin being denied the rank of Master. That was only done because of how awkward it was.
Indeed.
But it was still a wonderful thing to include, and in fact, they even made a Ninjago meme out of it, where
Indeed.
Thunderfang was denied the rank of Source Dragon.
Awesome. So this is a map. So Elektro, this here is a map of the Great Northern Railway of Ireland.
The GNR.
That's it. Not to be confused with the British Great Northern Railway or the American Great Northern Railway.
Yeah, nothing confusing about that at all.
This is the Irish Great Northern Railway we're talking about.
Fine, I'll just call it GNRI.
That's what it was called, the GNRI.
Nice.
So the GNRI did have a few railways in the Republic of Ireland.
Oh, I see, Neos. That's okay. I would have loved a 4-hour Revenge of the Sith.
I'm sure you would. So a lot of the railways that the Great Northern Railway of Ireland built ran through what is now Northern Ireland. But I think the Belfast and Northern Counties Railway are the ones that built the main line between Belfast and Londonderry, Northern Ireland's second city. Settle on that too as an easy conclusion. Then, eventually, most of the railways in the Republic of Ireland all merged together to become the Great Southern Railways.
The marriage is complete.
Great Southern Railways.
Unfortunately, Damo, that wouldn't have been possible as Rex wasn't created until 3 years after Revenge
It's
of the
over,
Sith.
Anakin. I have the high ground.
However, Damo, if Captain Rex wasn't the film, he would have most likely taken on the form of Alpha 17.
Indeed. You underestimate my power.
Don't try it!
It cuts off the legs.
Yep, the Sith technique known as Mukei.
Oh, that's it. So anyway, as you can see from this map of the Great Southern Railways, the Great Southern Railways basically had a monopoly on all of the railways in the Republic of Ireland.
And apparently it doesn't even touch Donegal.
Indeed. But the Great Northern Railway, for the longest time, had a monopoly on the railways in Northern Ireland until all of Ireland's railways were nationalised into CIE. But we'll talk about that more in detail later in the
CIE.
stream.
Yes, Ireland's transport hub, and that was associated with TFI.
Transport for Ireland.
Yes.
Nice.
It's very similar to it's basically the same as your transport for London, and only that it pretty much works with everything and not just the Dart.
Indeed.
Sorry, no, just not just the
Rex is
underground.
such a good character. Here's a question.
You're telling me, Stan, he's one of the best written clone characters in all of Star Wars.
Which Thomas and the Magic...
Especially after the Battle of Umbara.
Which Thomas and the Magic Railroad voice do you prefer? Keith Scott or Neil Crone? I prefer Keith Scott's voice, I think.
Is he the one who did the New Jersey or Russian accent for him?
He may have tried both.
Yeah, and I remember seeing that post you did a few days ago about Russian Diesel 10, where he basically has this enormous saw in his mouth.
On his head instead of Pinchy, yes.
I bet he would have been called Cutty.
Yes, Russian Diesel Cutty.
or even Slashy.
Slashy, that's a good name. The umbrella art was good. Their bus liveries are quite neat. They are indeed. So yeah, the Great Southern Railways were an amalgamation of only the cross-border railways, the Great Northern Railway and the Silgo, Leitrim and Northern Counties Railway remained outside the Great Southern Railway's control.
Well, green and yellow does go well in Ireland.
Indeed. Otherwise,
basically, Aeroline is a bus.
Indeed. Yeah. So yeah, otherwise, it's the Great Southern Railway besides the Great Northern Railway and the Seago, Leitrim and Northern Counties Railway, the Great Southern Railways...
I'm glad we agreed, Neo.
...had a monopoly.
Slashy does sound sinister.
Indeed. The Great Southern Railways had, as I said, basically
I
had
don't know, Damo. Oh, Robotnik's voices of Jim Cummings and Jim Carrey both have something great to offer. Jim Cummings with his very sinister.
So yeah, the great.
Hold on, Alex.
Sorry.
Shouldn't have used your real name.
No, it's fine. Everyone knows it.
Jim Cummings does deliver a very sinister and dark version of Robotnik. Which is insane considering how he's the same person who played Winnie the Pooh and then Hondo Onaka.
Here comes Slashy. Neil Crone initially gave Diesel 10 a Russian accent and he literally sounds like Gru from Despicable Me. Yeah, and I think Neil Crone should have stuck with that. Wonder what could replace Twinkle Toes? I don't know.
Unfortunately, everyone found it too racist.
Oh dear. But
I don't know what they'll think. I don't know what they'll think if the film was released after Vladimir Putin came to power.
Oh dear. So yeah, the Great Southern Railways had a monopoly on all of the railways in the Republic of Ireland, and they basically merged from the Midland Great Western Railway, the Great Southern and Western Railway, the Dublin and Southeastern Railway, which I've already talked about, and the Cork, Brandon and South Coast Railway.
How about Twinkle Toes the Druggie?
Twinkle Toes the Druggie! Oh dear.
Here I come, Duck Slashy.
Duck Slashy. So yeah, one of the railway companies that merged into the Great Southern Railways was the Great Southern and Western Railway. So they mainly built the railways through the county which Elektro comes from. So they built the lines like from Rosslare through Waterford and Cork,
Basically, Neos is meant to be sort of like an acid trip.
Yeah, and they built the line through to Limerick and up, and a line through Ennis and Sligo as well.
You mean Sligo?
Sligo, sorry.
I can't believe you said Sligo. It's Sligo.
Why do I always say Sligo as Sligo?
Okay, here we go. Let's see. What have we got? Yep, Ennis. You got Ennis. Tralee. Castle Island. Headford. Let's see. Mallow. Fermoy. Lismore. There's Carrick-on-Shore. Thurles. Remember that. Thurles.
Thurles, okay.
Although you can just say this Thurles. And what else is there? Palace East, Ballywilliam, Tullow, Carlow, Athy.
And of course Dublin.
Yeah, that's it. Rosslare, Lismore, Queenstown Junction, which is now called Cove.
And of course Cork, Ireland's second city. So yeah, as I said, the Great Southern and Western Railway built all of the railway lines through the areas of Ireland where Elektro comes from. Anyway, so now with the Great Southern and Western Railway in mind, this would be a good time to transition to a short segment of a documentary series called Train Spotting that basically briefly talks about some of Ireland's railways. So
I did just figure out what second city means. It's a British term.
So yeah, secondary city. I'm a bit surprised Pasadena and Ruby didn't acid trip unless it was implied during the series run. Nice.
Maybe it would. Maybe it would, Neos, because 2 in the AM PM, a college project by J.G. Quintel himself, does confirm that there is acid in the regular show universe. And one of them and they both turn into Mordecai and Benson.
Initially, Pinchy was not meant to have a name. Yeah, I'm aware that the name Pinchy was improvised by Neil Crone. I Spy a Long Retired Train. Yeah, the Class 460s that used to run the Gatwick Express.
So that I see, but but does Neos actually know about that?
Yes, he does. I'm sure he does.
Did he come down here?
No, he's just done research about trains all over the country.
I see. As for me, I just prefer to go out there and actually learn it myself.
Which is very admirable, Elektro. Anyway, let's have a brief look at this documentary segment now.
You don't know how much energy and willpower it took just for me to research the information I have for tonight's stream.
Yeah, indeed, but
couldn't be bothered because I had other things to do. Calculus.
Completely understandable, Elektro. Anyway, so let's have a look at this documentary segment now. There's a part of it that Elektro might be interested in towards the end of the segment. So let's just play it now.
There's Houston Station.
Yeah, you recognise it?
Yes, it's the main train station to get into Dublin. It's basically the Knapford of Dublin.
Yeah,
or King's Cross of Dublin. That's it.
Exactly, the King's Cross of Dublin. The 2 main stations in Dublin that still survive today are Euston, which is what this huge facade is, and Connolly. Connolly is arguably more major than Euston, as all the dart trains go through there, and Connolly's also the starting point for the Dublin-Belfast Enterprise express train service.
Yeah, Connolly's actually not that far from Euston. You can actually get there in about half an hour on the Lewis.
Yeah, the Lewis trams, which this documentary does mention. Hello, Kitten.
This is Houston Station in
Who's
Dublin.
Kitten?
Probably one of the most magnificent examples of railway architecture in the world.
I agree.
Come here today
It is magnificent.
The history and the
Yes.
heritage, but also the
Hang on, let's turn it up a bit. Put it on to 100.
in the world. And
I
I've
like
come
the
here today
greebling on
not
it.
only to find out about the history and the
Indeed.
heritage, but also the
It's
current
gorgeous.
state
It's a
of
gorgeous
Irish
facade.
railways.
What do you want, Jacob?
Nice architecture. It's very nice architecture.
Greg Ryan, you're Heritage and Conservation Officer for Irish Railways. Why was such a magnificent facade built here at Houston?
Well, the Great Southern and Western Railway set out to be the largest railway undertaking in the land, and railways were the cutting edge of technology, and a place like this was going to be the terminus, and the terminus was going to be the bold statement of everything.
So yeah, as I said, Houston Station was the Great Southern Railways, Great Southern and Western Railways Dublin
A place
terminus.
like this was going to be
Lovely
the
drawing once
terminus,
again.
and the terminus was going to be the bold statement of
Yes,
everything.
Neon. We'll
they
talk
were
more
going to
in
achieve
detail
for
about the
us.
darts
And
later in the
terminus was going to be
stream.
the bold statement of everything they were going to achieve.
Oh yes,
They were
Jim
the
Cummings
biggest
also
and the
played
best.
Cat
And
in
then
the
as you
Jungle
come
Book.
back from the facade, you've got this magnificent train shed here.
A very
This,
magnificent
when it
train
was built,
shed.
was the largest covered area under roof in the British Empire, and was lit by 148 gas lights, and people came from all over to look at it.
I noticed on a couple of the pillars down there, there were two flat plinths. What were they used
Yeah.
for?
They were brackets which were part of a very early mechanism from lifting one railway carriage from one line and sliding it over and dropping it on the other.
How about that, Elektro? A mechanism for lifting railway carriages off the tracks in the terminus and then dropping them over onto another track, ready for another train to go out.
Well, you have to have some way to move the trains around, and if there's not enough space for switch tracks, then that just seems to be the only other explanation.
Well, yes, and I can imagine that would have saved a lot more time than shunting the coaches out of the station and then shunting them back into a different platform.
Why do that when you can just have a crane?
Yes, but although having a crane like that, I reckon, would have been a lot more expensive than just shunting the coaches around.
Maybe, but at least but this was built at a time when when England still had control over Ireland. So
Indeed.
most likely England funded the construction of it.
Exactly.
And even if it was recent, then Ireland's economy exploded in recent years. So we actually still have more of that.
More of that.
So we most likely still had an opportunity to do it, and maybe they'd even do it again if they had the chance. And now there's talk of a tube system going around Dublin.
Indeed. Oh, Stan seems to think the crane system is incredibly inconvenient, while Neon seems to think it's quite efficient. Why do you think it's inconvenient, Stan?
Most likely due to maybe he thinks that it would be too much of a hassle to find space for the crane and pick it.
Perhaps.
And pick up the carriages and the
That's
rolling stock.
Exactly. A gravity gun could do it. Then Jim Cummings voiced Lord of the Rings in Jimmy Neutron Boy Genius. Nice. Sterling Holloway, the original Winnie the Pooh. Nice. Liam Bridges claims there shouldn't be pushing dozens after release.
Well, a gravity gun. I don't think you need a gravity gun. More like a miniature mass shadow generator, which can harness gravitational anomalies in the area and then basically just manipulate them into whatever you want.
Because you have to hook up each individual carriage and take apart the consist. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, Stan. But
can't that be done automatically?
well, I guess certainly in
Because-
modern times.
Yes, because we do have those automatic and very strong metal couplings. But look, you could unload the cart. No, you could unload the carriages and the coaches. That should only take about 10 minutes. Then you can just uncouple the trains, which should only take a few seconds, and finally just move the carts around.
Indeed.
Maybe there's a bit more to it than that, though. Maybe
Yeah.
the crane needs constant maintenance if it's being put under so much inertia and momentum.
Good point, Elektro. Gravity gun would need massive precision. You're siding with what Elektro said? Nice. I'm aware of the Lewis trams but not underground. Nice. I've grown out of Thomas Minis by the time they're released. Nice. Remember back in the 2010s, collect Thomas Minis. And yes, Neon, the dark trains are cute. We'll talk about them in more detail later in the stream.
With the class
I noticed on a couple of the pillars down there, there were
88,000
two
in
flat
mind.
plinths. What were they
Yeah,
used
the Class 88,000 EMUs.
I suppose he could, Neos, but keep in mind that his grip has to be gentle.
Yes, pick them up and move them around in his giant form, like as if they were model trains. That would be brilliant, honestly, Neon.
More like a toy train.
Lifting one railway carriage
And
from one
and keep in
line
mind
and
keep in
sliding
mind with the limited space he would need to be extra careful.
Yes, he would.
Unless he had an ability that could make his entire body large and then his feet tiny.
Perhaps.
Never mind, I'm just spouting gibberish at this point.
No, you're not. I understand what you're saying.
What's this? Removal
Of the station canopy too, not good. Yeah, I would need to remove the station canopy in order for Cobalt's giant form to pick up the train coaches and move them to different platforms.
Well, Elektro does know how clumsy he can be at times.
Yeah, which is a bit of a shame. Warning sign: Thomas's downfall.
But they're all accidental.
Indeed.
What's this? Thomas's Big World, Big Adventures is a warning sign for Thomas's downfall.
It was, yeah.
I thought the Magic Railroad was a warning sign.
Yeah, it was more than anything.
But yeah, and well for Star Wars, the warning sign came when Star Wars Rebels was the warning sign of Star Wars' downfall.
Anyway, let's continue with this documentary.
Happy accidents. I see what you're going for. I see what you're going for, Neos. Just make sure Koei is secure.
Yes.
It's not unlike an early version of the way we handle containers today.
Not unlike an early version of the way we handle containers today, moving the coaches to the different tracks.
And of course, as we all know, the Irish gauge is not the standard 4 foot 8.5, it's 5 foot 3. So hence, all your locomotives, wagons, carriages have to be built here in Ireland.
That's right, but that would not have been unusual at the time because most railway companies were building their own equipment anyway. The Great Southern and Western Railway had their works at Inchicore. It was the biggest...
This was filmed back in the days when most Irish intercity trains were still loco-hauled by diesel locomotives, and when they ran the Mark II and Mark III coaches. This was before the 22,000 class DMUs were built.
So most likely late 90s, early noughties.
Yeah, this was filmed in 2004. The 22,000 class was introduced in 2007, I believe.
I could tell it was from 2004. The bad quality in the image and the sort of washed out colours sort of gave it away that it was from the early 2000s.
All right, cool, Jacob. Will you be back later, though?
Speaking of which, where's that unicorn?
He should be here fairly soon.
Unusual at the time because most railway companies were building their own equipment anyway. The Great Southern and Western Railway had their works at Inchicore. It was the biggest in the land, and everything the railway needed was...
Oh yeah, Inchicore Works in Dublin is like really famous. It's really well known among Irish train enthusiasts, and that's where a lot of Irish of Ireland's locomotives and rolling stock were maintained. Basically, Inchicore was Ireland's equivalent of Crew Works.
Back for an Enterprise.
Oh, yeah, as in the Enterprise, the express service between Dublin and Belfast.
Yes, I see where he's coming from. You've said that many times.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, Inchicore is basically Ireland's most well-known railway works.
I tried getting the number 1 in the coal tender for the train on the image.
That's brilliant. I didn't even notice that. I love it no co-pilot. I love it when you look at images and little secrets are revealed. Also, 20th anniversary of Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Yeah, it was indeed.
Well, don't expect me to know anything about that because I never got an interest in Harry Potter.
Okay.
I'm probably gonna get cremated in the chat for that.
I doubt it, Elektro.
Nah, it's not that. It's that everyone I've come across is a staunch fan of Harry Potter and will basically just
Yes.
do everything they can to basically get people interested in them.
Indeed.
So Greg gave me a tour of the...
Hello, Josh. Lovely to see you.
I think
I just saw the Irish equivalent of the Class 158. Nice. Oh yeah. The I think it's the 22. Is it the 2250 class that's the Irish equivalent of the 158?
Why'd you say 2,750? If it's 2,250.
Yes, I think since then the 27,000s and the 2750s were all.
Why'd you say 2250?
Sorry, I wasn't thinking. Just
Yeah.
wreck me in Battlefront 2 right now. Used to watch Harry Potter.
Yes, Dan. Whenever I play Battlefront 2, I always play as Grievous because he is very busted. Not to mention lightsaber deflection in Battlefront 2. It's just the most busted you could ever think of. It can literally deflect rapid fire, wrist rockets, and even turbo lasers.
Yeah, exactly, Josh. It's the 2800 DMUs that's basically the Irish equivalent of the Class 158s, and I think these are still in service on Ireland's diesel commuter routes. Like, these trains are in service on the commuter routes around Cork, for example.
They look very rough.
Well, yeah, they are kind of, but they were built by the Tokyu Car Corporation in Tokyo.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, I knew that a few Irish trains were actually built there.
Yeah, built in Japan, exactly, including like the most recent Dart trains. We'll talk more about Ireland's more modern trains towards the end of the stream. We're gradually going through Ireland's entire railway history right up to the present day, so we'll talk about Ireland's more recent railway history towards the end of the stream.
Everything the railway needed was built there.
I'm sure he is, Stan.
So Greg gave me a tour of the Inchicore Works, located just a mile up the main line from Houston. Established in 1844, it occupied 75 acres, in which a whole community of houses, schools and services was developed around the workshops.
Yes, the railways were railways in general, not just in Ireland, but all over the world, were hugely impactful to society, creating loads of jobs and loads of opportunities for families everywhere.
In which a whole community of houses, schools and services was developed around the workshops, and it is still
That's
used
fair,
by
Stan.
Irish Rail for regular maintenance work.
Did you hear that, Elektro? Even today, Inchicore Works is still used by Irish Rail for maintenance work.
It also provides a home for Greg's collection of heritage diesels and rolling stock. The old engine sheds are used by the Railway Preservation Society of Ireland.
Yeah, the RPSI, the major organisation in Ireland responsible for preserving Ireland's railway history, including their steam locomotives. After we've watched this short documentary segment, we'll talk about some of the most well-known steam locomotives that are still running in Ireland. You did play the original Battlefront? Awesome. So this locomotive here, when I first watched this documentary, I genuinely thought that this locomotive was a BR Standard Class 4.
But it wasn't because they don't have the same gauge.
Exactly. At the time, when I first watched this documentary, I think I was 6 at the time, I wasn't yet aware that Ireland used a different track gauge to...
Wait, you actually... Oh yes, this is Train Spotting.
Yes. This documentary series, my granddad recorded for me on DVD, and then he eventually gave the DVD to me, and I used to watch it religiously.
Just a second. I just want to go back a few weeks on Discord because I just remembered something.
Okay, and while you're doing that, I'll keep talking about it. So, when I first watched this documentary segment on Ireland's railways, I wasn't yet aware that Ireland used a different track gauge from the UK. It wasn't until a few years later that I learned that Ireland used 5'3" gauge. Endor.
Endor? Oh yes, Endor. I know what you're talking about Neos.
So this is the engine I thought that the one in the video right now was. The BR Standard Class 4MT tank engines.
Right.
Despite having so you don't remember the kicks that add on Angry Birds tunes? No. So looking at this engine here, and the BR Standard Class 4, can you guys blame me for confusing this engine for a Standard Class 4? What do you think, Elektro? They look so similar, don't they?
They have a different shape to them.
Yeah, very, very slight different shape. But I'm pretty sure the standard 4MTs were built to an LMS design, which is what this Irish engine was built to. As a matter of fact, because Northern Ireland's As a matter of fact, because Northern Ireland was still part of the British, was still part of the UK, the London, Midland and Scottish Railway, or LMS, that ran out of London Euston, they were actually in charge of Northern Ireland's railways for the longest time, which is why this engine was built to a Northern Ireland, to an LMS design. So, this engine is basically an Irish 4MT. The 4MTs used to run passenger trains through the town I live in. I'm not going to say which one, though, because I don't really want to give away where I live. Go back to CBeebies? I don't know. We'll see, Bellbricks.
Who keep one of their steam locomotives on the site. This particular loco, however, was not built at Inchicore, as Charles Meredith, a long-standing member of the society.
What image are you looking for, Elektro?
Not looking for an image, I'm looking for a fact.
Oh, right.
Society explains.
This lovely piece of machinery was actually built in England, of all places.
Built in England,
by
actually.
the London, Midland and Scottish Railway Company in 1947. And the LMS found itself as dubiously proud possessors of a railway line in what is now Northern Ireland, called the Belfast and Northern Counties Railway.
So yeah, the LMS actually ran the Belfast and Northern Counties Railway until they were until it was nationalised.
We're back in a bit.
Oh, actually, while you go up, Elektro, I'm actually going to go to the loo myself. So I'll be right back, guys. You know the drill, guys. Anybody comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. Rode behind a few weeks ago, indeed. He's 2MT, indeed. I don't think I mind quiz, actually. Billbricks. Right, I'll be right back, everyone. Alright, I'm back. So what's the chat saying? Welcome, I'm back, Josh. Finally go, Burrix. Sorry, I left the stream quickly, Neon. So Elektro's just gone to call his dad quickly. So let's just continue the documentary
And
a little bit
the
longer.
LMS built most of its locomotives and a great many of its carriages in Derby. So it was built by the LMS and sent over here to run on the 5'3" gauge running northwards out of Belfast.
What sort of work would they be up to? Passenger or
They were a mixed traffic engine, but in their closing years, they hauled quarry material, which was brought from north of Belfast down to Belfast to make the huge motorway, which now runs northwards from Belfast, right beside the railway.
So does this particular
Wow.
loco then run on a preserved line or what?
Our society has always been a mainline society, and I think that the people who formed the society aspired to seeing steam continuing as we used to know it. Real
Steam as we
on a
used
real
to.
railway.
So yeah, that's very admirable of the RPSI to continue running steam locomotives on the main lines. I've watched more of Top Gear than the Grand Tour, Bilbrick, so I definitely have to say Top Gear. Railway documentaries on VHS, cool.
Now, although this particular locomotive wasn't built here at Inchicore, you are involved in a restoration project here, aren't you?
We'll talk about this coach with this particular coach when Elektro comes back, because I want to ask him a question regarding this particular coach and his dragon character. So while we wait for him to return, what other Irish railway companies haven't we talked about yet? Bottom Gear! YouTube poop. Irish railway companies. Here we go. History of rail transport in Ireland. I should have looked at this before. Railway gauges. Belfast and County Down Railway. Cork, Brennan and South Coast Railway. Dublin and Southeastern Railway. We've already talked briefly about the Great Northern Southern. The Midland and Great Western Railway is one of the Irish railway companies we haven't talked about yet. So they built the railways, as its name suggests, they built the railways through the island's Midlands and out to the west. The Midland and Great Western Railway. I prefer Family Guy Darrow. So they built the lines out to Galway and Clifton, and they built the line up to Sligo. And as I said, a good number of Ireland's railway companies were all combined into the Great Southern Railways, which, as I said earlier, had a monopoly over Ireland's railways. You like both, do you, Josh? Cool. Back after your dinner of prawns? Awesome. Indeed, Bill Bricks. Is Stan still there? Oh, how are we doing for views? 116 views in less than 90 minutes. Not too bad. I quite like it, Josh. It's funny. Right, Elektro is still talking to his dad. Take a bath not when you're hungry? Yes. While we wait for Elektro to return, let's talk about some of Ireland's preserved steam locomotives. Here we are, preserved Irish steam locomotives. Let's talk about some of Ireland's. Only so drama that you like? No, I've never seen a single episode of Hollyoaks. You still there, Neon? Variety of steam locomotives. Here we are, list of steam locomotives in Ireland. They have a big collection of steam locomotives. I've talked about this one before. This is what is arguably Ireland's equivalent of Flying Scotsman. Great Northern Railway V-Class, number 85, Merlin. The V-Class would have run the Great Northern Railway's flagship express train, the Enterprise, which still runs today between Dublin and Belfast. Heritage Dublin buses? Nice. So yeah, the Great Northern Railway V-Class would have run Ireland's railways between they would have run like the express trains between Dublin and Belfast. KD class buses. Sounds good. Awesome. This is another lovely Great Northern engine. A Q class, number 131, Uranus. Sorry, just saying that out loud. Yeah, several of the Great Northern Railway locomotives are preserved. Okay, might be coming back down now. This one's from the Sealgo, Leitrim and Northern Counties Railway. Yeah, unfortunately, Ireland don't have very many preserved steam locomotives at all. There's only 19 5-foot 3-inch gauge preserved locomotives, but they also have several narrow gauge ones as well. So yeah, most of Ireland's preserved steam locomotives are either owned by the Railway Preservation Society of Ireland or the Ulster Folk and Transport Museum, not far from Belfast. Yeah, this is the engine that I was. This is the engine that I originally thought was a standard for the Northern Counties Committee WT class tank engines. 18 were built and only number 4 is preserved. As you can see, very similar to a standard 4 tank engine. Capable of 70 miles an hour. 1 ton of coal every 40 miles. Lovely. They were nicknamed Jeeps or Mogul tanks. Strange nicknames. And they remained in service right up until 1971, these engines. Yeah, but 19 is nowhere near as many as most countries. Like, I'm pretty sure the UK and America have thousands of steam locomotives preserved. Here's a very old one. There are 2 101 class 060 goods engines preserved. These are basically Ireland's equivalent of the LMS 4Fs. These were built between 1866 and 1903, though 9Fs weren't built till the 1920s. They were the Great Southern Railway's class J15s. Going to keep forgetting the gauge? Don't worry, Neil, we'll keep reminding you. Still there, Stan? I'll see what Elektro thinks of some of these engines when he returns. Oh yeah, this one is probably my favourite Irish locomotive of all. Madiv. The largest locomotive Ireland ever built, this huge 460. Basically, this is an Irish Black 5. It could be considered Ireland's equivalent of Henry. Suddenly thinking about Thomas eating fish. Cool. I said exactly that, James. Madib, number 800 Madib is Ireland's Henry. Elektro's coming back down now. Welcome back, Elektro. I was just telling everyone about some of Ireland's preserved steam locomotives.
That reminds me, I need to deliver a fact.
Is it to do with what?
Don't say anything. So, what I need to say is, in Ireland there is a famous man who was a TV presenter known as Ryan Tubridy, and I learned a few weeks ago on August 4th that he was actually the great-grandson of a man known as Todd Adams. Now, if you're at all familiar with an English figure known as Dr. Beeching, he was basically the same person, and as he shut down railway after railway in Ireland, basically depleting Ireland's entire railway system. Now, you can come back.
Yeah, so this Todd, what was his last name?
Adams.
Todd Adams, yeah, he was basically Ireland's Dr. Beeching. Much like Beeching, he slashed the railways all over Ireland, and leaving only the major routes between the major cities, which is not very good. Nice way of putting it. So yeah, the King returns, says Neon.
With a new fact for you, Neos.
And this was a fact that I didn't know until Elektro told me. So yeah, thank you for sharing that, Elektro. Now I want
finally a railway fact that Alex Train Lover didn't know.
Yeah, and nor did I know until Elektro told me the reason why Ireland uses 5'3" gauge. Anyway, so now I wanted to ask Elektro about this particular coach, because this coach here was actually built for King Edward VII, and I was wondering if Elektro thought if this would be a coach that Elektro's dragon character and Elektro's family would like to ride in.
We've fairly recently restored an absolutely wonderful carriage that was built in 1903 for King Edward VII.
So yeah, this was built for King Edward VII, most likely when he came over on a state visit to Ireland in 1903.
So I'm guessing the purpose of this was to transport Edward and exclusively him.
Well, Edward and his family.
That's what I mean.
Indeed.
No commoner could just ride that.
No, indeed.
And what set this apart from the other coaches?
Well, it was built specifically for Edward and his family, as the guy Mark Collins is talking to has explained.
I know, but what exactly? Is it of a higher quality? Does it have decent living conditions?
Yes, it has a much higher quality, and you're about to see it here. Dragon for luxury on rails, indeed. Yeah, chocolate and cream's a very nice colour combination, Neon. It was the colour combination that the Great Western Railway used for their coaches. Do you remember when Huntic was on CATV? I've never even heard of it, Belbrix.
Huntic? Ugh, don't know what that is. Sounds weird.
Well, Charles, this is a fantastic room. I love all the carvings all the way around.
Listen, Alex.
Who would have resided in this room?
In a short while, I'll be dagging upstairs to watch
smoking room, and the king
It's only going to be one episode.
Here.
Okay.
Oh,
Should you try his chair?
one must.
How does it feel?
And the spirit of King Edward
like Princess and
probably
the
comes
Pig.
back to take his
You
his
should
chair
have a large
again.
cigar, I feel.
So can you imagine just Elektro just sitting in that chair, smoking a cigar with the window open as the train hurtles along in that coach?
Yeah, well, if it had to be a smoker, it would be electronic.
Indeed.
And even then, Elektro doesn't smoke.
I know, I'm only teasing.
Although he
How
would do
many
it.
rooms are there?
Although he would do it if it was a fake cigar, like one that doesn't actually do any damage.
Indeed.
You know, like if it was just a brown stick in his mouth, and then you gave a smoke effect by just digitally altering it.
Indeed. Yeah, I watched Horrid Henry on CITV Damo.
Yeah, so did I. I even read the books. I actually liked them when I was younger, and I even watched the series. They're not bad.
Indeed.
So, how many rooms are there in this?
There are 3 rooms in the whole coach. There's the king's smoking room here.
Smoking room.
As you proceed down the coach, you have the drawing room, which would have been the sort of state room.
Would this most likely be the room Rexy and Lily would travel in?
Well,
this large room?
Well, Rexy and Lily, they're unique in the fact that they don't actually sit on chairs casually. They actually just prefer to sit on the ground.
Oh, okay. Well, looks like there's a lot of room on the carpet for them to sit on, so they probably would.
Much to Elektro's chagrin.
In the drawing room is the Queen's boudoir.
This is no doubt where Rin would sit, the Queen's boudoir.
Despite the fact that Rin is actually just a claw maiden and not exactly queen.
Indeed, but she is technically a mother figure to Rexy and Lily, so by that logic, this would be the room for her.
You could also say she was the same for Elektro as she was his personal caretaker when he was young.
I was going to say Elektro with a cigar, he'd want a monocle.
Who says that?
Neon said it.
He wouldn't want a monocle, wouldn't he? No, I'm perfectly fine with just my normal specs.
Indeed.
I don't need to go the extra mile and basically reduce myself to looking like a snob.
Oh yes, Chloe went on an adventure with her a few months ago. It was great. Yes, the decent
Flimshaw.
Well, a decent amount of space. Maybe you stack the chairs somehow. Indeed. Inga Shara Caesar the Winkler, nice. Dr. Beeching, where are you? James is the voice of the series.
No Brill Bricks.
Bell.
No Brill Bricks, but I actually did watch The Secret of Kells.
What do you know?
Is the Queen's boudoir.
And does this carriage now run on the main line today?
It's so special.
Thank you for that, Neos. I do feel like Elektro would just look good with a coat. Sometimes less is more with Elektro.
Assemble a party of dozens of people and chartered myself.
Yeah, so yeah, this coach is so special, the RSPCI don't throw it into their normal rail tours.
Obviously not. They'd want to keep it in that perfect condition.
Exactly.
And just look at that woodwork.
Yes, yeah, they did an amazing job restoring this coach.
Not to mention without all the modern technology that we have today.
Exactly.
No computers, no automation, just pure handcraft. It's exquisite.
And not even lit by electricity either. This coach very likely had like gas-powered lighting or maybe oil-powered lighting.
Or perhaps even torches or lanterns.
Indeed.
So that's
Who cares?
just some of the heritage of the railways here in Ireland. And in part two,
And
I'll be
in the
taking a
episode
look
where
at
they
the
go to
massive
Taco
investment
Bell, the
programme,
toilet
which is creating
explodes.
a modern, integrated transport system here in
Immaculate.
Dublin.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, we'll watch the second segment in this documentary towards the end of the stream where we talk about the modern Irish railways. For now, though, let's talk a bit more about some of Ireland's preserved steam locomotives. Now, this one, the Merlin, which I personally feel is Ireland's equivalent of Flying Scotsman because of how well known it is and how many rail tours it does. I showed Elektro this picture a few streams ago, and he actually said that Merlin was a bulky Edward, didn't you?
Well, a buffed Edward.
Yeah, buffed up Edward, like extra strong. Yeah, and these...
It's just that he does look a lot like Edward, but he also doesn't look like Gordon.
Yeah, exactly. He looks like a cross between the two, and I do see where Elektro's coming from with how Merlin looks similar to Edward. Merlin has the same colour as Edward, the same wheel arrangement, he's a tender engine like Edward, and
he most likely has Gordon's speed and horsepower.
Yes, exactly. Gordon, like all of the LNER A1 and A3 Pacifics, is a 3-cylinder engine, and Merlin's also a 3-cylinder engine.
Isn't Gordon the brother of Flying Scotsman?
Exactly. Flying Scotsman is also an A1/3. 2000s. Wait until you found out how they built ocean liners in the 1910s. I'm sure it would have been amazing. Same shape tender. Now I look at it closely, Neon. You're right. It is This engine does have the same shape of tender as Edward.
Really? You never noticed that? I saw it the instant I saw it the first time you showed me.
Image.
The instant you showed it to me for the first time, I literally saw it. That's how I got the impression that it was a beefed up Edward.
Indeed, and I think I noticed the tender shape before, but I've only just been reminded of it. She's outside cylinder as well.
Who is?
This engine. Yeah, Edward's an inside cylinder engine. And then this engine, hang on. Here we are. Mad Dave. Mavie is
just
this
Maeve.
is Maeve, sorry.
Maeve.
This is my favourite of Ireland's steam locomotives. This is the largest preserved locomotive in Ireland. A 460. Looks a lot like Henry, doesn't it? This is basically Ireland's Henry.
Down to the same shape as him with that cylinder and that boiler.
Yes, even the same paint job. Basically, this is an Irish Black 5, which is what Henry is.
Well, technically, there's a slightly darker shade of blue, and did Henry have those golden accents on him?
No, he had red lining.
Yes, but what about the ones around his boiler? What about the ones around the boiler circumference?
I think they're red on Henry, not yellow.
Yeah, that makes sense. But remember back in the early days of Thomas and Friends, and then Thomas and the Magic Railroad, where they where Gordon's model actually had a broken cylinder?
I remember.
Yeah, how about that?
Indeed.
Kind of looks like that here, actually, too.
Yes,
It's just the casting of the shadow.
Yeah, exactly. Off goes the flying kipper into the night. Okay, see you in a bit, Josh.
And into the ditch, Neos.
Into the ditch. Like Corton. So yeah.
Well, technically into the back of a good train.
Goods train, yes. Hello, Jacob. Lovely to see you.
Jacob, I saw your image of Lily on Discord, and it's actually very good.
It really is. We're just talking about some of Ireland's preserved steam locomotives at the moment. This is my favourite one, Maeve, which is basically Ireland's Henry. It looks a lot like a Black 5, this engine. Oh, and here we have Ireland's James.
What do you want with that? What do you want with that self-centered?
Narcissist.
I kind of had a different word, but no, never mind.
Induced signal and adverse weather. Gordon's cylinder broke during the filming of a very special Gordon. Oh god. So yeah, this one is number 461, which is a 260 Mogul inside cylinder engine, much like James. Only difference is this engine's green rather than red. Yeah, we've got a 450. We'll talk more about largest engine in Ireland. Yeah, that's what Maeve was.
Maeve. And yet Marilyn ended up having more horsepower.
Indeed.
And ended up being faster. Actually, yeah, it's Gordon who's the biggest engine on Sodor, right?
Indeed.
Well, at least until Connor and Caitlin kicked him off his pedestal.
Indeed.
Sorry, I should have said shunted him off his pedestal.
Shunted him off, yes. I instantly thought of James on seeing this engine for the first time. Indeed.
Well, to be fair, they are the same shape.
Yeah, and now I look at it closely, they are a very similar shape. Yeah, same wheel arrangement and everything.
Yeah, but honestly, he lost his splendid red color and was instead changed to just a washed up green one.
Yes.
He doesn't want to be any other color except red, unless it's silver, because he actually values the color silver more than red.
Yeah, that was established in the episode An Engine of Many Colors.
And I don't think I didn't catch that tenders and turntable reference at the end of his dream.
Yes.
Like he got stuck on the turntable and then just started spinning out of control.
How did I not pick up on that?
Really? You didn't?
Surprisingly, no. James's worst nightmare it was.
That's it. Well, remember when he had to take the flying kipper and ended up crashing into the marshland?
Oh yes, that was in Tale of the Brave, wasn't it?
Yeah, right after he met Gator.
Exactly, and thought he was a monster.
Yeah, but to be fair, the thoughts of a monster lurking around the island To be fair, he brought that on himself because he previously taunted Percy with it.
Exactly was. Didn't include a proper 80s song? Maybe. So anyway, I believe number 461, this engine here, is the only preserved Dublin and Southeastern Railway locomotive. So yeah, how about that?
James.
Yeah, there are several other...
Actually, I want to talk about James's voice for a second.
Okay.
Alex, sorry, train lover. Why do I keep calling you that?
It's fine, you can call me Alex if you like. Everyone knows my real name by this point.
What's your opinion on the voice Alec Baldwin gave for James when he did the American dub of Thomas?
I like it actually. I do like the voice he gave James, honestly. I know the jokes people make about it, and I know lots of people say it makes James sound gay, but...
To be fair, it kind of does with things like, oh my goodness!
Indeed. Call me Neon or Cobalt, that's fair. Dana the Reign of James as the antagonist, indeed.
Don't worry, we will, Neos and Coe.
Okay, cool. So a few other preserved Great Northern Railway of Ireland locomotives include this JT class tank engine here, number 93, preserved at the Ulster Folk and Transport Museum.
I've seen that train on Thomas the Tank Engine. I forgot who it was though. He had that shape in his boiler.
Was it Samson?
Let me take a look.
Pretty sure it is Samson you're thinking of for the US stuff. Suddenly, Alex the Lion loves trains. James might as well be homosexual.
You're right, it is Samson.
Yeah, very similar boiler shape.
Sorry, what were you saying? Oh yeah. To be honest, James Lister, I did get that impression, and yeah. Honestly, Samson's design, I'm not exactly too keen on it. It's like the TIE Scout from the Star Wars Expanded Universe. It just has this horrific big box on top of it.
Little search up will go a long way. Yes. This is another of the preserved Great Northern Railway of Ireland locomotives. This Q class, number 131, another 440, like Merlin. 13 of these Q-class engines were built, and this is the only one that's still around. This one's preserved at the Whitehead Railway Museum, which is also in Northern Ireland.
Yeah, so out of my reach, I'd have to make a 4-hour drive if I wanted to go see it.
Yes, you would, but you'd do better to get the Dublin to Belfast Enterprise service.
I know what you're going for, Neos. Honestly, Michael Angelis would have made a better voice for him in the Magic Railroad.
I do agree with Elektro. Irish Railways had the 440 type as express locomotive.
Not to mention, Neos, that Michael also was supposed to do Percy as well.
Mm-hmm. Many of the I think all of the Irish Great Northern Railways express locomotives were 440s, Jacob.
What's that, Doug? You're afraid of bees? They're only insects.
Susan Roman, to be exact. Yeah, I know Susan Roman is. This is a one. This one is...
Why does that look like Oliver?
I can see where you're coming from. A bit like Oliver, only with extra driving wheels and trailing wheels. Now that I look at this engine closely, I can see where you're coming from. This one was the Sligo, Leitrim and Northern Counties Railway. Sligo, sorry. Why do I keep saying Sligo?
Maybe it's because you just glance at the word rather than taking it in.
Probably.
So remember, it's Sligo.
Sligo, got it.
But is there any other places I should know about?
That I mispronounce?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
You definitely knew You definitely messed up Drogheda.
Yeah, I did indeed. I know for a fact that while most people pronounce this place Howth, I know for a fact that it's pronounced Hoth.
Yeah, it's Hoth.
Yeah, there's a good number of places in Ireland that I mispronounce.
Where else?
Limerick, that's fairly easy to pronounce. Galway as well. And of course, Cork is easy to pronounce because it's just like a bottle cork.
What about this?
Fermoy.
Okay, and this?
Lismore. Kilmacthomas.
Kilmacthomas,
that's it.
And what about this one?
Castlecomer.
Castlecomer. I want to find Thomastown.
It's somewhere around here. Oh yeah, Tipperary. You've mentioned that before.
What's this one?
Care. Okay, yeah, I was gonna butcher that. Athy. Portaloes. Portlaoise. That's such a.
To be fair, there are other places.
Athlone. Wicklow, that's easy to pronounce. I've mentioned that before. Drogheda, that's it. And that one's Dundalk.
Dundalk, yes. Where else is there?
Sligo, I know how to pronounce it. Oh, that one's easy. Foxford.
Uh-huh.
Newport, there's a Newport in Wales, so I know how to pronounce that. Don't see any other major ones.
That's most likely pronounced skull.
Skull, okay, as in an actual skull.
Yeah, or the Irish word for school.
Okay.
Yeah, the Irish word for school is skull.
Funny.
Where else? I'm pretty sure that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
On Spedale.
Okay.
Because remember the fadas on the vowels of each Irish word. If it's over an A, it's pronounced aw. Over E, it's pronounced A. Over I, it's pronounced E. Over O, it's pronounced O. And over U, it's pronounced oo.
Oh, I see. Elektro is James.
What?
Says Jacob.
Hold on, let me see.
I vote for him as the voice of James.
You really think that, James? Well, let's give it a try. Hi, Toby. Why are you just standing around? Why do you trundle about so far behind? You don't have that. You don't have that many gremlins in your firebox, do you?
I think there's a place in Ireland that's Welsh sounding. Yeah, I can imagine so. Listowel.
Let's see. Listowel,
yeah, that does sound Welsh to me.
Listowel.
Langford Pry with... I can't even pronounce the longest place name in Wales.
What?
Muchanduch in County Galway.
Well, don't bother getting me to pronounce that, because I'm not Welsh.
Okay. Pickle Limerick. Oh my god, Damo. Pickle Limerick. Oy vey.
Well, thank you very much, Jacob. I do believe I have quite a vainglorious voice.
So as I was saying,
I also think I could do a good impression of Edward.
Indeed.
Edward
is your favourite character, isn't he?
Listen, I know what you're going through, but honestly, Gordon really holds himself in too high of a regard. Even though I'm the one who's always shunting him over the hill.
Yes, that is a perfect Edward voice, Elektro. You honestly do a better Edward voice than a James voice.
Really? What about Gordon? Ugh! What such filthy freight trains? Why am I here? Why must I shunt these trains? Why can't Thomas or Percy do it?
And this is my Gordon voice. A goods train! The shame of it! Oh, the shame of it!
What about Spencer? I'm super fast. I'm fast, streamlined. I have greater horsepower as I'm an A40.
Yeah, you do a good Spencer voice as well.
I don't know about a Thomas voice though. What is this? Why do I have this horrendous voice? I don't know what I don't know what I've been huffing or what I've been puffing, but what happened to my voice? Oh, whatever, sir. I'm just looking for my coaches. Have you seen Addie and Clarabelle? Gordon, why are you taking my coaches? Emily, stop shutting my trucks!
Yes, I don't think I could do a Thomas or a Percy voice. Can you two have a voice act of? Maybe at some point. You can do a decent Thomas voice. Can you try, James? Yeah, I bet you can. I'll be back later. Me and your father need to walk home. That's fine, Jacob. See you in a bit. Oh, John Murray says, nice impression.
To who?
To you.
And which voice is he talking about?
I think he's talking about Edward.
Leave an anime girl to voice Thomas.
Okay. I can do a deep Keanu Reeves voice.
James, let's just say that the English dub of animes have become very insufferable, especially with things like Yu-Gi-Oh! Go Rush. Yuhi Odo in particular and Yuamu Odo, ugh, they just really drive daggers right through into my brain.
I'm sure they do.
And honestly, back when the original Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime was dubbed, it did have a lot of memes in it, but the voices were actually brilliant, especially when Dan Green did Yugi Moto. He could go from a childish 14-year-old boy to a 5,000-year-old pharaonic spirit.
I'm sure he could.
Grandpa, please. It's time to duel.
Yes. So as I was about to say, I think this class of engine here is one of a few examples of preserved Irish locomotives, of which more than one example of the class is preserved.
I remembered that, James, and if I'm being honest, it kind of sounded like Leo's Japanese voice from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds.
Yeah, I'm sure it did. So yeah, the Great Southern and Western Railway 101 class, later classified Great Southern Railways J15. This is one of the few Irish locomotives of which more than one class was preserved.
Something just came up. What if Ian James Corlett voiced Thomas?
Oh, that would honestly be brilliant.
Yeah. Seriously. Let me just get Master Chen up here,
okay.
because he was actually known for playing. Okay, listen to what Master Chen sounds like, because he's played by Ian James Corlett.
Okay.
Just a second.
Welcome to the Tournament of Elements. Now everyone can.
Honestly, he'd be better at voicing Diesel than Thomas based on that voice.
If Kerry Shale wasn't around.
Exactly.
Like, seriously, Kerry Shale, Diesel and Larry Needlemeyer from The Amazing World of Gumball have the same voice.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. So yeah, these engines, these were Great Southern and Western Railway locomotives, these would have pulled freight trains around Elektro's area back in the day, built between 1866 and 1903, and they remained in service all the way up to 1963, and two of them are still around today. Do you hear villainous vibes there? Indeed.
Yes, Neos, you actually heard Master Chen from Ninjago being played by Ian James Corlett.
Yeah, this is the engine you compared to Samson Elektro.
Yeah, I still don't like it, with a big box on top of his head.
Is it? Londonderry Port and Harbour Commissioners is what this engine is. The company this engine worked for, built by Robert Stevenson and Company.
Robert Stevenson, he sounds familiar.
He's the son of George Stevenson, who built not only the Stevenson's rocket, but also the guys. They were the two people behind the Liverpool and Manchester Railway, the first intercity railway. This one, the U2 class, the U2 class Northern Counties Committee Express locomotives were very similar to like the LMS 2P locomotives, I believe. And then you also have Belfast and County Down Railway number 30, which is another Atlantic.
Okay, now that looks like Oliver.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. Honestly, though, that kind of looks closer to the Greendale Rocket, honestly, with the 442 Atlantic wheel arrangement and the green livery.
What are you looking at, you?
So, yeah, we've already talked about all of these engines. This is a very old one.
That made sense because of the stalked wheels.
Indeed. The Great Southern and Western Railway owned this one. A Great Southern and Western Railway Class 21.
Typical, and I was born in the Southeast.
Indeed. This is a very cute one. This is like an Avonside Engine Company industrial locomotive. So
Let me guess, the Percy?
I guess. So these Avonside Engine Company engines, many of standard gauge examples were built for use around Bristol Harbour and things, but this is basically the Irish equivalent of them.
Now all they need is He is just a fat railway controller who can't even make it through a field without being chased down by a bull.
Hello, Matthew. Don't you mean top of the evening, Matthew?
No, it's top of the morning to you.
Well,
That's
it is
the
evening
greeting.
now.
I know, but that's not the saying. And if someone says top of the morning to you, you respond with "and the rest of the day to yourself."
Oh, I never knew that.
Well, technically that's more of a goodbye, but it is still a response.
Indeed. And then you have two of these engines are preserved, two Ulstein and Kruppel CSET shunting locomotives. I think two.
To be honest,
two
Bro
of-
Bricks, that I would have to go with Ninjago on that one because they've not only learned Spin Jitsu and their elemental powers, but now they know Rising Dragon.
Yeah, I think these industrial locomotives were built to a German design. Some of them shunting for the Irish sugar company. These engines here would have worked for shunting wagons of sugar beet. They were built in Berlin, Germany, believe it or not.
So they were.
Called this the Irish version of Rosie? I guess.
Rosie, but Rosie's not German.
No, Rosie's actually an American design. Rosie's basis is the US Transportation Corps S-100 tank engines.
Huh. I didn't know the Americans used the same.
The same gauge?
Yeah. But to be fair, it kind of does look like Rosie as I did notice in the show, she did look to be awkwardly propped up on a stilt of some sort in terms of like her bogie. She looked like her bogie had a stilt in it, and it made her sort of look like she had a very thin gauge and a very spacious undercarriage.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from now that I picture Rosie in my head. So yeah, two of these sugar beet locomotive was preserved, and then the final preserved Irish standard gauge steam locomotive, as in 5'3" gauge, is this one that worked at a Guinness brewery that's currently under overhaul.
Well done, Neos. You know how to do Rising Dragon.
040 Hudswell Clark. So yeah, that's basically all of Ireland's preserved 5'3" gauge locomotives.
Listen, train lover, I'm gonna take a break. I have to go upstairs for a bit.
Oh yeah, you were gonna watch an episode of Mrs. Brown's Boys with my mum, weren't you?
Don't say that out loud.
Sorry.
But yes, I'll be back. I'll be back in
half an hour.
Yeah, most likely.
Okay, we will see you in half an hour then, Elektro.
Of course, and thank you for that.
You're welcome. We'll see you in half an hour, Elektro. You literally just said that. Sorry. Not thinking straight. I guess I will take this opportunity to have a bit of water. Half an hour. Hi guys, Happy Club, nice to see you. It's been a while since we've seen you here. We've just finished talking about all of Ireland's preserved 5'3" gauge locomotives. When Elektro returns, we will talk about... I had a whole segment on Ireland's narrow gauge railways planned for later on in this stream. No, I didn't, Neon. It didn't sound like I did. So cute. I have loads of DVDs, Kai. So while we wait for Elektro to return, let's talk about the decline of Ireland's railways. So, Elektro already talked about Todd Adams, the guy who Toy Story. Also replacing the characters. Damn. I don't know, Milrix. I watched it yesterday, the very first episode yesterday, and I enjoyed it. So let's talk about Ireland, the decline of Ireland's railways, and the dieselisation of them. Favorite? I haven't seen a single video of yours, Kai. Post-World War II, yeah, between the end of World War II and around the 1980s, Ireland's railways went on a bit of a decline. They all started shutting down, and Ireland's railways were just... the infrastructure, the rolling stock and infrastructure just fell apart completely. I'll bring refreshments to the stream. Alright then, director. The play buzz. Nice. The history of decline of Ireland's railway networks. This should tell us. What's glorious commercial bias? Buses are not the best way to go about it. So this is Ireland's very extensive railway network in 1920 compared to 100 years later. See, nowadays only the lines between Ireland's major cities are what remain, mostly. Give me 5 minutes, okay. Oh, they're proposing reopening some of the lines from Sligo, like, into Northern Ireland and up to Londonderry and Portadown. Nice. This is number 4, working some of the stone trains, helped build the motorway that runs through Northern Ireland out of Belfast. The Great Potato Famine of Ireland, 1841 to 1851. Shame. If this goes wrong, I'll be going. Oh, God. Run down Irish trains. Some very unreliable Ireland had some very unreliable rolling stock in the latter half of the 20th century. Class 170 painted in the same livery as a 22,000. These Arrow commuter trains as well. Sure doing about it now, though. Okay. Dates fallback is 2022. Cool. 151 views now. Lovely. Here we are, multiple units of Ireland. AEC class rail cars, yeah. These are some of the rolling stock that were in use as in push-pull formation with the A and C class diesel locomotives. This picture gives you a good idea of how run down these coaches were. The idea until this very cool. So you can see here the seats in these coaches were basically like plastic school chairs, not ideal for trains at all. Between 1972 and 1987 they were used as push-pull stock. Only one driving trailer of these remains. These were originally diesel multiple units, but then they were used as push-pull stock in tandem with the A and C class diesels, until they were all replaced by the DART trains when the lines were all electrified. So yeah, Ireland's railways underwent a massive decline for the longest time. Butt class. Great Northern Railway of Ireland butt class DMUs. Oh god. 24 power cars. The UAT 70 class, the successors. Then we have some of the 80 class DMUs. Here's some that were used in Northern Ireland. The Class 3000 and Class 4000 DMUs from CAF are still in use on Northern Ireland's railways. And the 450 class thumper units, which are basically Irish Class 150s with Class 205/207 engines. These were in use on lines like the Portrush branch until 2012. Stopping you from getting to buzz. Jesus. And here we have an Irish pacer, basically. Alright, Neon. A Leyland bus on Ireland's railways, an Irish pacer. Peace train. I don't think any of Northern Ireland's railways are currently electrified, not even any of the lines out of Belfast. Loved a little too much? Fair. Belfast Great Victoria Street has since been rebuilt into Belfast Grand Central. And Belfast Central is now known as Belfast Lion Place. Leyland National found its way to Ireland. Yeah, Grand Central has since been rebuilt from Belfast Great Victoria Street station. July 2025, lovely. A very big integrated hub with buses and the trains. Okay. Cool. There are even fewer railways still in operation in Northern Ireland compared to the Republic of Ireland. The only railway lines in Northern Ireland still in service are the section between Belfast and the border town at Dundalk, as well as the branch from Belfast to Bangor. There's also the branch from Belfast to Laon, the main line between Belfast and Londonderry, and also the branch up to Portrush. all those lines used to belong to either the Great Northern Railway of Ireland or the Belfast and Northern Counties Railway. One of our side tanks? Nice. Of course I remember it, Kai. It's a classic. It's a trend I accidentally started. Several of the DMUs and EMUs are in preservation. A lot of the preserved ones are on the Downpatrick and County Down Railway. Then we have all of the EMUs that are used on the Dart services. We'll go into more detail on those towards the end of the stream. Able to get Bert? Nice. Welcome back, Stan. He's just gone off for a quick break. He'll be back I assume in about 15 minutes. You handle more. I'm just talking a bit about how Ireland's railways were very run down from around the 1950s until the 1980s when it was all started to be invested in. Like the A and C class diesels, for example, they all broke down all the time. Can you handle more? Because they were very similar to the problematic class 28s. You handle more? Oh dear. Anyway, there was another train spotting segment I wanted to show you guys. It'll nicely transition us into talking about Irish narrow gauge railways. Talk about the Cavan and Leitrim Railway.
It's 9 shillings and sixpence.
Oh, we'll talk about that later. Here we are. This is the episode where they talk about the Cavan and Leitrim Railway.
New computer text. What it the slope, the back, is it quite flat?
Would you clue respect print? You may not have seen one of these before.
Railway
Until today,
bicycle.
neither had I.
Hello, Stephen. Just doing a quick... Elektro will be back with us in a moment. He's with me in person at the moment. He's just taking a bit of a break. He'll be back fairly soon, though. Just going to do a quick segment on the Cavan and Leitrim Railway, one of the narrow gauge railways in Ireland. And then when Elektro returns, he'll get to say his piece on some of the narrow gauge railways in Ireland. For now, though, we'll just quickly talk about the Cavan and Leitrim Railway, show this quick segment from Train Spotting. Either way, it's nice to see you, Stephen.
You may not have seen one of these before, and up until today, neither had I. It's a very primitive track inspection bicycle. Two sturdy men would sit here with an inspector on the front, and he'd gaze down and check the track. And if you look at the track, it gives you a clue as to where we are today. 5'3" gauge, which can only mean we're in Ireland. And this is one of the more unusual and rare exhibits of the Cavan and Leitrim Railway.
Cavan and Leitrim Railway.
It is the hard work and perseverance of just one man that has saved the Cavan and Leitrim from vanishing into obscurity. And that man is Michael Kennedy. Now, Michael, the Cavan and Leitrim Railway is not a broad gauge railway, is it?
No, it's 3-foot gauge.
And why was it built? What's the history of the line?
Well, the line was built to help the west of Ireland, to bring prosperity. And at the time, the Irish government gave money to the companies that built the railways.
So what's the history of the Cavan and Leitrim then? Because that wasn't really a passenger line, was it?
No, not at all. It would carry goods, and the two things they carried were coal from Arigna and cattle from the Midlands going out to the Irish ports through the north. Thousands and thousands of cattle.
And how long have you
Cattle.
owned this place?
About 10 years.
What made you buy it?
Just the love of railways.
Take a long
to do
mic.
something right,
Nice.
to show people exactly what happened over 100 years ago.
Dormant.
Now, these are the old coal wagons from Arigna, which went down the mine. And this is an original one.
How old would one of these be?
When you're talking, the mines ran for over 200 years, so there were 200 years of work. But again, they've been rebuilt and rebuilt.
And this is a 2-foot gauge, isn't it?
This is 2-foot gauge.
And we're all
So even
these
narrower
wagons 2-foot
than
gauges.
the normal narrow gauge.
So
Most
there were 200 years
narrow
work.
gauge most narrow gauge railways in Ireland were built to 3-foot gauge. This is 2-foot
They've been
gauge
rebuilt
though.
and rebuilt.
And this is a 2-foot
Still there,
gauge,
Stan?
isn't it?
This is 2-foot gauge.
And were all these wagons 2-foot gauges in the mines?
No, there were different mine owners, and each mine owner had a different gauge in case the other one would go over the hill and steal his wagons.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah,
It's a bit like painting a sheep.
yeah.
painting
exactly.
sheep.
Now, I like this little loco.
Still there,
What's
Stephen?
this?
This is a little Hudson Hunslet from the 1940s,
Yeah.
War department.
and it was built for the War Department in England and never used. And they actually run.
They still run.
They still run, and all I've got to do is put my foot on there and there. Oh, you like to hop up? We'll go for a spin.
Wagons jerked a bit there.
It's not just railway history that Michael has been trying to preserve. He's also amassed an amazing collection of old buses and planes that he's saved from the scrap heap. Now, Michael, this looks like a bus on railway wheels.
And
A
that's the-
narrow gauge pacer, as I like to call that.
Now, Michael, this looks like a bus on railway wheels.
And that's what it actually is. It's been a bus converted to run on rail as a carriage.
Where did it come from?
It was first built in 1955, an AEC Regal bus for the Great Northern Railway. And when the Great Northern went in 58, the road stock of the Great Northern went to the CIE. And they ran it on the Irish roads until the early 1970s, when Bord na Móna got it, our Irish Turf Board.
And why was it used by Bord na Móna?
To bring the men out onto the bogs. In the early 60s, they had hundreds of men working on the bogs.
And you've got another one here as well. What's the story behind this one?
Well, this is also made from old buses. And it was built in Inchicore in 1952.
So yeah,
And,
Inchicore works,
men
the
working on
the
bogs.
major
And
railway
you've got
works I
another one here
mentioned.
as well. What's the story behind this one?
Well, this is also made from old buses. And it was built in Inchicore in 1952 for the West Clare section of CIE. And it's actually made from putting two 1930s buses together on a carriage chassis.
And this is what you use to travel your passengers up and down the line
Yeah,
today?
you saw the old Fowler pulling it out the line today with passengers aboard.
But as beautiful as the Fowler may be, Michael, it's not your pride and joy, is it?
No, there's only one engine that's number one, and that's Drummond. And it's an
Drummond.
042 Kerr Stewart over here at the shed. And the
Wood-burning
staff steam
engine.
should be ready now.
And that's your pride and joy.
Oh yeah.
So how many actual locos are left from the Cavan and Leitrim Railway?
Two are still in existence. One's in America.
Love
Lady
it,
is in,
Kai, and so does
Elektro
Elektro.
Park, New Jersey. And Kathleen's in Belfast.
So where did this loco come from?
This one was originally built in 1916, as you can see here. And built in Stoke.
So yeah, this engine itself never ran on the original Cavan and Leitrim Railway. This is just on the preserved Cavan and Leitrim Railway. Voice tech from the Bad Batch. I'll have to why don't you ask Elektro that when he returns,
Originally
Damo?
built in 1916, as you can see here. And built in Stoke on Trent.
But it's a real mishmash of all different parts, isn't it?
Yeah, but it all looks right. The boiler came out of a hotel in Bristol, was a laundry boiler. The
From a
whistle-
hotel.
A laundry boiler. It was used as a laundry boiler at a hotel, believe it or not.
built in Stoke on Trent.
Oh,
But it's a real
God, James.
mishmash of all different parts, isn't it?
Yeah, but it all looks right. The boiler came out of a hotel in Bristol, was a laundry boiler. The
From a
whistle-
hotel.
From a hotel, yeah. The whistle's up along an underground train.
Oh, show me the whistle. Where's the
Yeah,
whistle?
whistle's up.
Hello, Levco. Favorite character? Favorite character's Jay. Favorite scene? Oh, there's too many for me to say. Nice to see you, Levco. Elektro's just upstairs at the moment. He's taking a bit of a break, but he'll be back soon. Right now, we're talking a bit about one of Ireland's narrow gauge railways, the Cavan and Leitrim Railway. When Elektro returns, we'll talk a bit more about some of Ireland's narrow gauge railways.
The whistle's up along an underground train.
Oh, show me the whistle. Where's the whistle?
Whistle's over here. Blow the whistle, lads. Just up
Whistle
there.
comes from an underground train.
And one thing I noticed is that all the Cavan and Leitrim locos had cattle.
Cow catchers.
Cow catchers.
And there was a thing from the Wild West. All the American engines had them out on the prairies. So the buffaloes came across the tracks. They wouldn't derail the trains.
Can I have a go on it?
Yeah, and if you want to come out the line with it, you can.
I'd love to. Go on, let's go.
Exactly, James. I'm glad we agree. Oh, Stuart didn't join us in the end.
Okay.
Not sure why, Levco. Here, a game show, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? It's my favourite game show. I haven't watched it for a while, though.
One thing I've noticed is it's all wood, no coal. Why's that?
Yeah, because we get the coal, the wood for nothing, and it doesn't cost us anything then in fuel, and it's cheap to run.
How much track have you got?
Much cheaper than coal.
And you have plans to extend it?
Yeah, we're trying to get to Mohill, which is the next town down the line.
Unfortunately, they never got the extension. The extension's very unlikely to happen now, and the Cavan and Leitrim still only have this half-mile section.
It's a bit of a one-man crusade that you're on here, isn't it?
It is, but we've got my volunteers behind me, and my
Indeed.
helpers.
Well, I admire your hard work and your dedication, and I wish you all the best in getting the Cavan and Leitrim up and running again.
Yeah, no. We're still here and we're still going.
Good.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's Bodiam, where me and Elektro were earlier today.
That bike thing you were on was really smart. How fast did it go?
Only about 10 miles an hour.
10 miles an hour. So how long would it take you to cycle from here to Crewe?
About 2 days, 14 hours.
Wow, but if I got on and pedalled as well, we could do it in half the time.
No, there'd be 3 times the weight.
What do you mean?
3
And
times.
upset my rhythm. And then there'd be...
Joke about Steve Power, the other guy presenting, being fat. Oh dear. Anyway, it's nearly been half an hour since Elektro went up. Give it 5 more minutes, and then we'll see if he'll come back. Let's talk a bit about some of the railway lines that are left in Ireland now. Perhaps Damo. Yeah, I know he's a big fan of the Ice Age films. Mr. Fury? Cool. Yeah, he's not online at the moment, so I won't bother calling him. Take Along Mike web series? Nice. Where's Neil? Here we are. Yeah, sorry, he's not here at the moment. Looks like you didn't join in the end, which is no biggie. Take Along Ertal Coley, nice. So these are all of Ireland's railways that are left. All the intercity routes, anyway. Here's a more detailed version of the map of the railways that are left in Ireland. And Northern Ireland as well. So yeah, not as many as there were back in the day, but Good number of Ireland's railways are still around. Line down to Wexford and Rosslare. There used to be a Rosslare to Waterford service, but that only ran once a day and has since been withdrawn. Nowadays, while there is still a railway line between Waterford and Rosslare, a direct route between Waterford and Rosslare, nowadays I think it's only used for freight trains. So I think there are still more railways in Ireland than what is shown on this map. These are just all the passenger routes that are still around. These are just all the passenger routes that are still around. I think there are more railways in Ireland than this. It's just the ones that aren't shown on here are mainly for freight trains. I want to go to Belfast to see the Titanic Museum. Yeah, I'm sure that'll be very interesting, Stan. When I eventually go to Belfast, I will go to Dublin and Belfast one day. I'm definitely going to go to the Ulster Folk and Transport Museum and maybe even the Railway Museum at Whitehead. Dildos. Bloody hell. So all of the thick railway lines are all the major ones, and all of the thinner ones are the lesser used intercity routes. Oh, absolutely, Damo, without question. All nations that make up the UK? Yeah, I've never even been to Northern Ireland, let alone the Republic of Ireland. But I will definitely go to Ireland one day and meet up with Elektro there. So yeah, there are still a good number of railways in Ireland left, though obviously nowhere near as many as there used to be. Northern Ireland's pretty much a railway desert now, as you can see. Railways only exist around the east coast of Northern Ireland. Yeah, the only lines left in Northern Ireland are the lines between Belfast and Newry to Dundalk, the branch line from Belfast to Bangor, and the branch to Laon as well, main line between Belfast and Londonderry, and also the short branch line to Portrush from Coleraine. Lawn. The Lawn line. Hourly service. The dildo of doom! Oy vey, the dildo of doom. Bloody hell. Dildo of doom indeed. Not really, Bill Bricks, though I can see why others would. Tipperary. Hey, for example, there is. For example, and nowadays, Miraculous is more repetitive than both, indeed. Anyway, it's now been half an hour. Just a moment, guys. I'm gonna go to the loo again and also see if Elektro's ready to come back. Be back in a moment. Oh, whoops! Coaster fell on the floor. Just gonna go to the loo as well and get some more water. You all know the drill. Anyone who comes while I'm gone, tell them I died in a tornado. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna leave the door open for Elektro. So what's the chat saying? Dennis and Nash are unleashed. Cool. Pardon me. Hold on, guys. About to return to this room. You can see Columbus's seal. Rough one. These words. These words. Fine, whatever. Oh, dearie me. Just a moment, guys. Sorry about that, guys. What's the chat saying? Oh, it's Levko. Is there a commotion happening? No. Elektro's actually talking to my sister at the moment. No idea why the owner's passing away. Her animated characters anywhere else, like whole web series of the props. Nice. But this not railway. This very not. I'd like to know. Oh, there's a place in Ireland called Virginia. Never knew that. Rosslare Europort Station. Old Rosslare Europort Station has since been demolished. No, it isn't, Levko. Sounds like he's coming back down now. Oh, looks like Tipperary Station still uses, like, gates for their level crossings. I was saying to Elektro and my mum earlier today how these gates on level crossings are actually safer than modern level crossings that people jump all the time.
I understand.
Yeah, he's coming back down the stairs now.
Right, I'm here.
Awesome stuff. Just on Google Street View at the moment at Tipperary Station, and
Nice, you're in Tip Town.
yes, and I was just telling everyone about how some places in Ireland still have like gated level crossings.
Well, yeah, they do have them in Carrick, sure. And they have them in Pilltown.
Nice.
Well, technically it's Fidown, but yeah, they still have them. They have a pointsman at the gate, and he opens the gate and closes them every time the train passes.
Exactly, and as the exact same practice happens at the railway me and Elektro were at earlier today, the Kent and East Sussex Railway, and I was
The only thing is that the train didn't have to stop; it could just rush through.
Indeed.
Unlike the one in
on the
that
Kent
we
and East
went.
Sussex, yes. Oh, Jacob's back, Elektro.
The unicorn.
Yes, he is.
All right, what's the unicorn have to say? And is Neo still there?
Neon's gone off for a bit.
Because I want to save my bit for when he comes back.
Oh, right. I wasn't aware.
Who deleted the message?
Oh, it was Spyro did.
I know, but who was it from?
It was from Levko. Anyway,
Levko, what did he say?
It's not important. I can also see on Street View here that the old semaphore signals are still used on old mechanical semaphore signals are still used in some parts of Ireland, like how they're used on some parts in England. In the UK, it's still used like that. I was also saying, oh, Neon's back, Elektro.
Ah, Neos, you're back, and just in time for my part.
Yes. I was just saying how these gated level crossings are much safer than automatic ones, because there's actually a person who opens them. So if there's a person out opening the gates, then drivers are much more likely to stop rather than just shoot straight through the gates at the barriers as they're coming down.
What is it, Demo?
Had some Thatchers turn out to be cloudy, drank less than half. I'm sorry to hear that, Neon. Welcome back, Ryu. I know you're not grumpy.
Ruru. We'll see what happens, Neos. I sort of felt the same way when I first drank Blue Wicked, which I actually have with me right now.
Yeah, awesome. I've already had my 2 ciders. Anyway, so Elektro now has a few things he'd like to say on several narrow gauge railways in Ireland.
Well,
but
technically, it's only one narrow gauge railway and one dug up railway that is now repurposed as a walkway.
Okay, cool. But first, Elektro, I'd like to know what you think of this little novel railway contraption that's been preserved at the Cavan and Leitrim Railway.
You may not have seen one of these before, and up until
Gives a whole
today,
new
neither had I.
gives a whole
It's
whole
a
new meaning
very
to
primitive
cycle track.
inspection
Cycle track.
Two sturdy men
Yes,
would
this
sit
is
with
literally a
very
railway
primitive track
bicycle.
inspection bicycle.
But
Two
what?
sturdy men would sit
Oh,
here
this
with an
is
inspector
oh
on
this
the
is
front.
what
He'd gaze down
this is what the
and check the
inspectors
track.
rode on.
And if you look
Yes,
at the
in
track
some-
here,
on
with
some
an
Irish
inspector on the front,
railways.
He'd gaze down and check the track. And if
I
look
tell
at
you,
the
they
track,
were-
it
they
gives
were
you a
some
clue
fit
where we are
inspectors.
today.
I'm sure they
5
would
foot
be.
3-inch gauge, which can only mean we're in Ireland.
Oh, Spyro Kirby's here. Lovely to see you.
Good to see you, brother Spyro Kirby.
What? Welcome back, John Murray. It's a
Okay.
railway bike, John Murray. It was used by track inspectors.
Elektro, could you imagine if Harry Hill voiced Tech from The Bad Batch? Ooh, that's a tough one, Damo, because I do know that Tech actually replaced the French narrator for SpongeBob SquarePants for a few episodes. Tech was I could literally hear Tech saying so much later that the old narrator got tired of waiting and they had to hire a new one.
Wait, Harry Hill narrated that bit?
No, that was D. Bradley Baker playing Tech.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Yes, I know, Jacob. Literally Tour de France on rails. However, nobody can overtake.
You see, D. Bradley Baker deliberately made his Tech voice sound English so that he could sound intellectual.
Oh, cool. Anyway, so you opening up the Word documents about the Sur Valley Railway Electro?
Shore Valley.
Shore Valley, sorry.
Alright.
Right.
So, they're just a few bullet points, but I'll try to expand upon them into sentences. Oh wait, no, not Shore Valley, Blennerville.
Blennerville Railway, here we are.
Tralee to Dingle Light Railway.
There we go, the Tralee to Dingle Light Railway.
Alright, so, the Blennerville Railway, more commonly known as the Tralee to Dingle Light Railway, was a branch line that ran 51 kilometres, or 32 miles from Tralee to all the way out to Dingle in Outer Kerry. So it opened. Let me just see. Sorry, this information is kind of a bit out of whack. Okay, so it opened on the 31st of March 1891, but it didn't have the best revenue due to it. But it didn't have the best revenue as it was cheaply made.
Okay.
However, this still didn't stop up 2 return trains from making their daily rounds on the railway, which would take 2.5 hours each. However, starting in 1921, 5 years after the Easter Rising, the railway was disrupted from its business booming in 1910 because Ireland had gained independence from England to become a free state. So as a result, it was taken away from the British. It was taken away from the British by the Great Southern Railways in 1925. The passenger trains remained in service until April 17th, 1939, leaving only goods trains behind after that. The railway then shut down properly in 1953 as the GSR as automobiles became more convenient to travel. Railway travel wasn't able to compete with road travel at the time because while the railway took 155 minutes to complete a trip, if you could go the same distance by bus and it would take 50 minutes less, 105 minutes. As a result, as a result, the railway was shut down, and it's remained that way ever since.
Yeah, it's a big shame that the railway shut down. Very similar history to the Kent and East Sussex Railway, actually. A light railway that was built on the cheap, that closed down after the roads took away all of its traffic. And it looks as though all of Elektro's information that you just gave is accurate based on what Wikipedia says here. And I didn't know anything about this, so well done, Elektro.
Feels good, but not going to get a big head.
Okay, yeah, that's admirable. And then there was another one you wanted to talk about, wasn't there? The Shore Valley Railway. Sorry, I keep mispronouncing it. Send all your money.
Now, to be fair, I wasn't able to get research done on the Shore Valley Railway as I was busy, but it would have seamlessly transitioned into what I was going to discuss next, the Waterford Greenway. Let me see.
I've got the Wikipedia article up.
Okay.
Just quickly, Jacob says in the thumbnail, you look really handsome.
Well, thank you for that, Jacob. I'm very pleased to hear that.
Oh, is Neon still there?
Honestly, he kind of does look like a true teacher.
Yes, he does indeed.
Like, just look at him, look at him standing tall.
And I can imagine that the lecture you just gave is something Elektro would give.
Well, I imagine this is Elektro right now.
Exactly.
And honestly, I feel like this is my prime when it comes to art.
I do agree. That is definitely one of the best images you've done.
To be fair, though, Aeroline was quite rushed because all I had done was his head.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I guess I did give him a hand that's just hidden behind the
desk.
And I basically just scribbled in his leg and his tail.
It doesn't matter. It's still a very good thumbnail.
Thank you.
Jacob says Aeroline looks cool as well.
Well, thank you for that Jacob.
Neon's just gone back. Definitely talented, without question.
Well, Neos, you're just in time for the Shore Valley Railway.
Sorry,
no, not Shore Valley. Waterford Greenway. I'm messing it up. Thanks, Alex.
Sorry.
All right.
Stan says he might get back to drawing Star Wars stuff as well.
You do that, Stan. Don't say you're going to do it. Just do it.
Okay. Possibly get into MLP Friendship is Magic? Nah, Bilbrix. Maybe I will at some point, but not anytime soon. Hanging around the main six.
I'm far beyond that now.
Okay.
I only just looked at it for a few
episodes?
For a short time, and then I just thought, nah, this is not for me.
Okay. Levko wants to know how you feel about the April Fool's joke he did about Ringo Starr.
What was that?
Oh, Levko made faked Ringo Starr's death, basically.
To be fair, well, it was a dark joke, but to be honest, I didn't really know enough about the Beatles to sort of care.
I see.
April Fool doesn't exactly work on me.
Nor does it really work on me either. So you wanted to say about the Waterford Greenway.
Right. This used to be a railway that was dug up and then put back together, repurposed as a walkway. This was originally known as the Dees Railway, and it connected the city of Waterford to the town of Dungarvan. About 2 counties over. So let's see. It spanned through 2 other well-known towns, Kilmeaden, which is where the Shore Valley Railway was located, and as a matter of fact, the Greenway intersected, and Kilmacthomas. I'm surprised you never made a Thomas joke about that.
Kilmacthomas.
All right, so let's see. This originally opened on August 12th, 1878, and it took a very long time to build it. I don't know exactly how long it took, but due to the unstable terrain, the Waterford Greenway needed to have 111 bridges, 3 viaducts, and the Ballyvoyle Tunnel, which was 400 metres long, named after the town that it's actually located in.
111 bridges. That's even for a
sorry, not 111, just 11 bridges.
Oh,
sorry.
Doesn't matter.
Sorry, that was a typo. I looked in the wrong place.
Doesn't matter.
So the entire railway was 46 kilometers long, and it was repurposed for hiking. So as previously mentioned, and the unstable terrain meant that it needed 11 bridges, 3 viaducts, and the Ballyvoyle Tunnel had to be 400 meters long because it ran through a sharp hill.
Mm-hmm.
The hill was just too big and too steep for a train to climb over, which is why they decided to go through it. And they did this all without the tunnel boring machines as well, as this was built well over 200 years ago. Let's see. The railway remained in service for 111 years, but after the 1930s, its importance began to decline as cars, lorries, buses and vans began to take over the world of transport. And unfortunately, in 1989, the railway closed for good. Its infrastructure was decommissioned, however, its foundations still remained. The railway remained this way until 2016, when it was requisitioned from CIE by the Waterford County Council. Then for the next 2 years, the council got volunteers to help repurpose the 46 kilometer track. The foundations meant that it was easier for them to lay a track. Meant that it was easier for them to lay a trail through the countryside. And then in 2018, the hiking trail was complete, and it was known as the Waterford Greenway.
And it's still known as that today. Yeah, I've seen a few of them, Bilbrick. So yeah, thank you for sharing those facts with us, Elektro. If I had a nickel for every time the members of Discovery drew a picture for doing it, soon have true. Nice, Jacob.
Where does he say that?
A little further up in the chat. Have fun and keep developing. Only way I'd get over it would be a narrow gauge rack and pinion system. Nice. AI parody to write the script. AI take into account. God damn it.
Where does he say that? Can't see it.
I think you've gone too far up.
Let's see. In the thumbnail, Elektro looks hands. Here we go. If I had a nickel for every time I am a member of the Skywrite Quartet drew a picture for Train Lover streams, I'd have 2. If I had a nickel for every time someone made that joke, I'd be richer than Bill Gates.
Are you still there, Andy? So yeah, as Elektro mentioned, the Waterford Greenway intersects with the Waterford and Sur Valley Railway.
Shore Valley.
Why do I keep mispronouncing that?
Maybe it's
the
just
Shore Valley Railway.
And I think this also led the way for other hiking trails to follow suit, because a hiking trail that led along the riverbank from Carrick-on-Suir all the way to Cahir was known as the Blue Way.
The Blue Way, nice.
Although it was technically more of a cycle track, but you could still walk on it.
Jacob says, why does the viaduct on the wiki remind me of the viaduct from the Linton and Barnstaple Railway? Probably because both lines were narrow gauge, maybe. The Shore Valley Railway has since been preserved, and first public trains ran on the preserved Shore Valley Railway, it says here, in 2003.
Yes, but unfortunately, tourists can only go from Kilmeaden out to where the railway intersects with the Waterford Greenway. Then you have to reverse back.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's 10 kilometres of track have been preserved, which is 6 miles. Never knew Elektro was Irish. He just as he happens to be visiting me while we're doing a Friday, I thought, why not theme this stream to Irish railways?
Percy, you thought I was British? Daft sod.
Oh, Levko, I meant to say. I first
Oh,
knew
sorry,
his
his name's Levko, not Percy.
Picture of the unicorn fruit. Oops, nice.
What? What's he saying?
I first knew he was Irish when he showed me a picture of unicorn Fruit Loops, says Jacob.
Oh yes, and if you look at the box art for the cereal Lucky Charms, you'll actually see a unicorn with a leprechaun riding on it.
Oh my!
Let me just see if I can find it.
So this is one of I think the Kettering Furnaces number 3, this little narrow gauge shunter, says here the National Trust gifted this engine to the Shore Valley Railway. James O. Williams, I've never heard of Gary Ricker applying watch.
Here we go. Here we go.
I know.
I'll send it to you on Discord, and then you can show the stream.
See number 3 in English, nice.
You know, another artwork idea I had. Don't worry, Grace.
You were saying?
So, just a second. Okay, so I just sent the image to you.
Okay, let's have a look. And then we'll have a quick look on the Shore Valley Railway's website.
That's pretty much all I have left to say on the on my own image.
Ah, yes. Yeah, that makes sense. Wondering if you visit my house sometimes, says Spyro Kirby. That depends on where you live.
So, an artwork idea I had since Jacob brought up my art was actually referencing the Wallace and Gromit film, The Wrong Trousers. I told this to Train Lover yesterday, but basically it showed Neon's dragon Cobalt and Train Lover's dragon Aeroline riding on a riding on a train, while Una, the main character from Puffin Rock, actually rode on a model Thomas the Tank Engine while carrying a valuable gemstone and shooting back at them with a gun. It's basically the train chase or the climax from The Wrong Trousers, with Aeroline being Wallace, Cobalt being Gromit, and he's rapidly placing down the spare tracks, and Una shooting back at them with the gun.
Like Feathers McGraw.
Exactly.
Yeah, and when Elektro told me that yesterday, I was just in total hysterics over it. I thought that would be a hilarious image for him to draw. So definitely do it one day, Elektro.
He actually freaked out.
Yeah, I love so much. I freaked out. Yes.
Apparently yes, Jacob. But now it appears to be Una McTira.
Una McTira. Oh dear. Right, so let's have a quick look at some. So currently, the preserved Shore Valley Railway only runs diesel locomotives. They do have that. Kettering Furnaces steam locomotive, but I think it's only on static display at the moment and not in actual service.
Una McFeathers.
In 2024, the charity began raising funds to, overhaul the locomotive to working order. Lovely. No Irish cheese in Gromit, not a bit in the house.
I see what you're going for, Jacob.
The set Una flying, yes.
But unlike Feathers, Una can actually fly away this time.
Indeed.
And Cobalt won't be able to catch her in that bottle.
Yes. Abby very Joseph, but...
To be fair, if you sent a seagull after her, then yeah, she'd submit, because puffins and seagulls, natural enemies.
Definitely. That's why seagulls are often seen trying to attack the puffins in Puffin Rock.
Yeah. Why else do you think the seagull attacked Baba?
Now it makes sense.
Yeah, the seagull tried to eat Baba. Fortunately, Pip saved him.
Yes, Pip the owl, yes. Found out petitioning in a railway magazine? Cool.
And Pop did nothing. Otto was busy because he was Otto was busy because Una invited him into her den.
Yes. Sorry, what was it I was trying to say to you, Levko? I don't think I remember. Anyway, there's one more. Before we move on with the subject, mine. The seagulls from Finding Nemo.
Petitioning in a railway magazine.
Yeah, petitioning for to get that steam locomotive that the Shore Valley Railway owned back into working order. Anyway, there's one more narrow gauge railway I'd like to talk about in this stream. One more Irish narrow gauge railway before we move on to the more recent Irish railway history. And that's the West Clare Railway, which has become rather famous in Irish folklore and pop culture. Mark Collins will tell you the story of Percy French, who famously travelled on the West Clare Railway.
On the 10th of August 1896, the famous Irish entertainer, singer and raconteur Percy French was booked to play the Moors Hotel in Kilkee. He travelled on the mainline service from Dublin and then had to transfer across to the West Kilkee. He travelled on the mainline service from Dublin and then had to transfer across to the West Clare Railway.
Oh, Levko wants to know how you felt when you heard the news that Britt Allcroft had died.
To be honest, I was a bit indifferent about it, but I showed my sympathy to the other Thomas fans like Alex.
Yeah, and I'm very glad you did, Elektro. Imagine if seagulls from Finding Nemo appears in Puffin Rock. Yeah, that would be hilarious, Damo.
Something I noticed about Puffin Rock is that it actually follows the traits of Bob the Builder, where the sounds of the seagulls are actually done by the actors themselves.
Yes. Don't make any silent movements, hop inside my mouth when I want to live. Yeah, that's a quote from Finding Nemo. So anyway, Neil, at the moment we're talking about the last Irish narrow gauge railway we have time to talk about. It's the West Clare Railway, which has become very prevalent in pop culture, as Mark Collins will explain.
Was booked to play the Moors Hotel in Kilkee.
So Percy French.
He travelled on the mainline service from Dublin and then had to transfer across to the West Clare Railway, where he caught the 1300 from Ennis to Kilkee.
The 1300 from Ennis to Kilkee.
Everything was going swimmingly. The train was on schedule to arrive at Kilkee at 3:30 that afternoon. But then the driver noticed something wrong with the loco, and the train stopped just outside Milltown Malbay.
So yeah, the train broke down.
Wait, where was that?
I don't know.
Where was what?
Where did they stop?
Just outside Milltown Malbray.
Milltown Malbray.
Yeah, have you heard of that town?
Nah, I just thought it sounded like
with the loco, and the train stopped just outside Milltown Malbay. Is there some sort of a problem?
I don't know. I just go check it out.
After a short consultation with the driver, the guard, a certain Michael Talty, informed the passengers that there would be a slight delay.
Side bench, not a fan. Fair neon.
I don't know, but it looks pretty serious.
I've got an interview to do. They're waiting for me. How long are we going to be?
Sorry, I got no idea.
All aboard indeed, Jacob. So yeah, they're this scene is basically reenacting what Percy French had to go through in the modern day.
Yeah, Percy, you were talking about that.
Percy.
And then he wrote a song about House of the Railway's incompetence.
Yes, which Mark is about to say about. It does, Jacob. Cute little engine
They got
indeed.
the train going again, and a rather irate Percy French finally arrived at his destination at 7:30, 4 hours late.
4 hours late. Can you believe that, Elektro?
You told me about it before.
Well, thing is, Elektro, Germany's railways, Deutsche Bahn, they get a very bad rap for always being late, and even this country's railways aren't really known for their punctuality, but the West Clare Railway really took the cake when it came to being late, don't you think?
It was probably just something wrong with it.
Yes, definitely very unreliable, poorly maintained locomotives. The Japanese, Nani! Yeah, the Japanese are known for running railways that are always on time.
Bakada!
Yes, running their trains literally the seconds within the minute they're supposed to arrive. An American rig, yes.
Yeah, the Americans.
Joe Taylor, you're one of the founding members.
Now this is where he says about the song.
Railway. How did the Percy French story end?
Well, it ended when, after he arrived in Kilkee, his concert was cancelled. So he sued the West Clare Railway Company.
Yes, yeah, and Percy French sued the West Clare Railway because they were so late his concert had to be cancelled. So here's Mr. French.
Yeah.
Huge, half bald with a huge moustache.
His concert was cancelled. So he sued the West Clare Railway Company for loss of earnings and lack of performance or whatever was in it. And he was awarded £8, 9 shillings and sixpence at the local court.
And that would be about £1,000 in today's money, £9, 8 shillings, 6 pence.
So then he wrote a song about it. Are you right there, Michael, are you right? Which was lampooning the
Became
thing
a very
that let him
famous
down, you
song.
see. And the company took exception to this. So they appealed the decision.
Appealed the decision, and then this is very funny.
They appealed the decision. At the hearing of the appeal at Kilkee Assizes, some weeks afterwards, when the case was called at 10:30, there was no
moustache makes up for the hairline, says Neon.
Some weeks afterwards, when the case was called at 10:30, there was no sign
If
of
Dad
Mr.
was
French.
here, he'd say he
came
looked
in
like
for court
Herman from Guess Who.
At the hearing of the appeal at Kilkee Assizes, some weeks afterwards, when the case was called at 10:30, there was no sign of Mr. French. So he came in 3/4 of an hour late, and the judge reprimanded him, Mr. French. He said, "You better have a good excuse." So he apologised to the court, French did, and he said, "I'm sorry, Your Lordship." He says, "I'm late for your court." But he said, "I came here by the West Clare Railway." He says, "and it was late again."
Okay, what's his
And did he win?
Absolutely. He was allowed to keep his £8, 9 shillings and sixpence.
Yeah. So the West Clare Railway appealed the decision in court, and then Mr. French had to attend the appeal hearing, and then he had to go there by the West Clare Railway again, and it was late again, and that was all the evidence the judge needed to hear, and so Mr. French was allowed to keep his winnings.
Nice.
And did he win?
Absolutely. He was allowed to keep his £8, 9 shillings and sixpence.
Oh, Damo says Percy French looks a bit like Albert Einstein, and honestly, I can see where he's coming from.
Yeah, but honestly, it's just that. But honestly, it's just that mustache. If that mustache was gone, he would. If that mustache was gone, you wouldn't even gotten that notion.
Indeed, you do see the correlation. Yeah, same here, Neon.
It's quite a famous song.
Yeah, it's a very famous song.
Well, no, I wouldn't
After
be
we
great
watch
at singing.
this
As a
documentary
friend of mine
segment,
says,
I'll
I'm like
play
a
the
crow
full
shouting
song
into
for
it.
you
Yeah,
guys.
Well, no, I wouldn't be great at singing. As a friend of mine says, I'm like a crow shouting into a bucket. But we will
I'll
get
probably
somebody
be a bit
that will
too
do it for
tired.
you. As a friend of mine says, I'm like a crow shouting into a bucket. But we will get somebody that will do it for you before the evening is out, Mark.
Right, okay. Now, where did the line run from to?
The line ran from, as the song goes, from Ennis as far as Kilkee. And so it was a 53-mile long narrow gauge rail line.
Moral of the story, keep
Where
the
did
time.
the line run
Absolutely.
from to?
The line ran from, as the song goes, from Ennis as far as Kilkee. And so it was a 53-mile long narrow
53
gauge
miles.
rail line. But unfortunately, due to immigration in the depressed decade of the 50s, it didn't prove successful. So they closed it some years in 1961. It was the last narrow gauge to close in the country.
Exactly now.
The finance and a lot of the energy behind the railway's recent revival has come from local businessman Jackie Whelan. So Jackie, when did you first come to the West Clare Railway?
96.
And what state was it in when you arrived?
Completely overgrown, briars and trees and shrub and long grass and you name it.
You've got a lot of track heading up towards Ennis. How far do you want to go in that direction?
What time are we
Well,
going
we
to
want to go
Eastbourne?
3.5 miles actually here.
I'd
from
have to
Saffron. That
think
takes us
about
into
that. Narrow gauge
a big
railways
300-acre lake,
have that charm to
and,
them. They do
that
indeed,
takes us
Jacob.
into A big 300-acre lake and stock the lake with fish.
They haven't been able to do
And they
that,
could stay there
unfortunately.
for a couple of hours if they wanted. They could pick up a packed lunch here.
You know, I
get
just
along the
realised
lake.
that when we go to Eastbourne tomorrow, we'll basically be reenacting the chase scene from The Wrong Trousers.
But more or less, like on the miniature railway.
300-acre lake and stock the lake with fish, and they could stay there for a couple of hours if they wanted. They could pick up a packed lunch here, stay up around the lake, fish them, and come back and whatever
I
train
can't
they like
believe
in the
it.
evening.
Can't believe what?
My dad's partner told me that she was listening to the live stream earlier, and
She was?
wait a minute, I heard a little bit of the live. She said I could be a radio DJ, a natural
Indeed.
yar,
Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, Jacob says this is the first time he's ever heard your voice, Elektro.
Well, Jacob, I only hope I don't sound too awkward.
No, not at all. At least not in my opinion.
Because the engine you've got at the moment, it's a diesel engine, isn't it?
The diesel engine we have at the minute, it's a modern engine. It's 170 horsepower, so it's a very powerful little engine.
And have you got a steam engine here as well?
Oh, we have one of the original steam engines in 1892, built by Dubbs and Lesko originally, German engineer. And
That's exactly what my grandfather would sound like.
Nice. And does Jackie, the name of the guy there, does he look anything like your grandfather?
No. Grandad Kevin doesn't have a beard.
DJ Elektro, yes. Not for the first time. I'm always subscribed to Elektro's channel. That's lovely of you to say, Spyro. So this is...
Well, Jacob, I guess I could do some remixes.
Yes. DJ Lightning Bolt. Perfect stage name, Neon.
Nice. How about that?
Indeed.
Or perhaps Thunderbolt. Would Thunderbolt work better?
Yes, DJ Thunderbolt would work better. So these are one of the engines that, this is basically the sort of engine that that Percy French would have been travelling behind. This is the sort of engine that would have broken down when Percy French was travelling behind it. It is a nice engine.
We should call that little diesel the tractor.
Yeah, it does. Now that you mention it, Jacob, it does look a bit like a tractor with the huge exhaust pipe and the bonnet shape and everything. Basically, it is a tractor on rails now that you mention it, Jacob.
I may be a pirate, but I don't like taking children into battle. That didn't surprise you, that didn't seem to shock you when you captured us. Well, today is a new day, and luckily for you today, I like children.
Very nice.
Yeah, that was Hondo Onaka.
I know. Imagine if there was a Postman Pat episode where Postman Pat finds a leprechaun. Oh God, I can't.
Well, isn't that technically what British cartoons are? Basically meant to screw with your mind.
Probably. John Murray thinks the diesel is half train, half tractor.
Well, if it has the horsepower, then yeah, it could be a tractor.
Anteaters are called anteaters because they eat ants. What does that make me? Uh-oh.
What? Who says that?
Stan.
Okay.
What do you mean, where did Elektro go, Neon? He's right here.
Little green tractor, he's king of the rails.
Yeah, that's a reference to like a show called Little Red Tractor. Little Red Tractor, he's king of the fields.
Ireland kind of have their own take on that with Tractor Ted.
Oh yeah.
And it's in Ross and Wye presently being rebuilt. It was named after our local mountain here, Mount.
What was it named after?
I don't know.
Hey, what was the mountain called?
Mount, hang on, Neon says, hey Mitch, nice to see you.
Where?
Neon says, I think our voices have gone, but it looks like,
Where did Elektro go? I wonder what that means.
A compliment.
Oh yeah, where did everybody go after the show?
I wasn't aware of that, sorry.
1992, built by Dubbs and Lesko originally, German engineer, and 36-ton weight, and it's in Ross and Wye presently being rebuilt. It was named after our local mountain here, Mount Kellan. And
Mount Kellan?
In the St. Patrick's Day parade in Dublin in 2005.
Now this Percy French song, I've heard so much about it. Could you give us a few bars of it?
Well, no, I wouldn't be into singing, but if you call to the railway bar tonight...
I know, Jacob.
Singing, but if you
Loud and clear.
Call to the railway
Alright, bye
bar
Spyro Cubby, thanks for coming.
I'll get the Percy French singing.
Oh, you meant my voice acting?
Yes. And now they sing a bit of the Percy French song.
Percy, nice.
Sitting in the train. Of course, I couldn't resist Jackie's advice and later that evening popped down to the Railway Tavern in Ennis, where despite his protestations of modesty, who should be leading the singing but Joe Taylor himself.
Even playing a fiddle to the song.
Yeah. The only way it could be more Irish is if they had uilleann pipes.
Indeed.
Which are basically Irish bagpipes. Mitch's trains, he's saying hello to me.
Yes, lovely. Right, in a moment, before we move on to Ireland's more recent railway history, I'll just play the full Percy French song.
Fantastic time in Ireland then.
Oh yeah. After we finished filming in that pub, carried on drinking and chatting and had a really good crack.
Yeah, those are the black stuff.
Oh,
right
look,
there.
Tenterden Town. That's where we were earlier today.
So it was.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
So some really funny moments. And I've got some very fond memories. Just that.
Percy.
I can't remember them.
Can't remember any of the fond memories. Yeah, at the end of each train spotting episode, the presenters would often meet up and make a little joke together. Yeah, anyway, so now I'll just quickly play the Percy French song, and then we'll move on to talking about Ireland's more recent railway history, like the dieselisation of Ireland's railways, and then the revitalisation of them from the 1980s onwards. But first...
Yes, Jacob, I have heard of the Irish Rover.
Oh, yes, I used to love that song. I used to love that song.
By the Pogues, Shane McGowan.
Your friend Sean is Irish, nice.
Yeah, Sean. Yeah, I know a few Seans in my life.
So yeah, we'll play... So before we move on to talking about Ireland's more modern railway history, here for you now is Are You Right There, Michael? Are You Right?
Are you right there, Michael?
Composed, of course, by Percy French, and this version, of course, is sung by Brendan O'Dower. Oh, I accidentally muted it. Hang on. Here we go. Oh, cool, Mitch. You don't live overly far from me there. Well, you're about to hear it now, Neon.
You may talk of Columbus a sailing across the Atlantic Sea, but he never tried to go railing from Menace as far as Kilkee. You run for the train in the morning, the excursion train starting at 8. You're there when the clock gives the warning, but there for an hour you will wait.
There for an hour you will wait.
And as you're waiting in the train, you'll hear the guard sing this refrain. Are you right there, Michael? Are you right? Do you think that we'll be home before the night? You've been so long and starting that you couldn't say for certain. Still you might now, Michael, so you might.
Indeed, Damo.
You find out where the engine's been hiding, and it drags you to Sweet Corofin. Says the guard, back or down on the siding, there's the goods from Kilrush coming in.
This is a really good song,
perhaps
actually.
It comes in 2 hours. Perhaps it breaks down on the way.
Breaks down just like what happened to Mr. French.
Perhaps it breaks down on the way. If it does, says the guard, be the powers, we're here for the rest of the day. And
That line referenced exactly what happened to Percy French while on his way to his concert.
Yeah. Into a trough. Are you right there, Michael? Are you right? Have you got the parcel there from Mrs. White?
Mrs. White?
Oh, you haven't? Oh, begorra, say it's coming down tomorrow, and it might.
Now, Michael, so it might.
At Lahinch, the sea shines like
I know, we'll watch it after the stream. Well, what do you think of the song in any case, Neon? It doesn't matter if you don't recognise
say
it.
it's coming down tomorrow, and it
Right now, Michael, so it might. Jacob says it's the railway equivalent to the unicorn.
The unicorn? What's the unicorn?
You are ready to shout.
Jacob, what's the unicorn?
Cries out, there's no fuel, and the fire is totally out.
No fuel, so the fire goes
Bit of
out.
a love there, I'll soon have
Swishing
you
your tail
over
to it,
the
that's
fence.
cute.
There's a fine clamp of turf in the bog there,
Aeroline
and the
would as
rest
well.
are gathering sticks. And
I guess Elektro would beat his wings to it.
bits of trees,
Definitely.
You hear some wise remarks like these. Are you right there, Michael? Are you right? Do you think that you can get the fire to light? Oh, an hour you'll require, for the turf it might be drier, and it might now, Michael, so it might. Kilkee, oh, you never get near it. You're in luck if the train brings you back. For the permanent way is so queer, it spends most of its time off the track. Uphill the old engine is climbing, while the passengers push with a will. You're in luck when you reach Ennis timing, for all the way home is downhill. And as you're wobbling through the dark, you hear the guard make this remark. Are you right there, Michael? Are you right? Do you think that you'll be home before it's light? 'Tis all dependent whether the old engine...
Oh, Jacob says that The Unicorn is a song by the Irish Rovers.
Right there, Michael, are you right?
Indeed.
Do you think that you'll be home before it's light? 'Tis all dependent whether the old engine goes together.
All right.
And it might, no,
Sorry,
Michael, so it might, so it might. And it might, no, Michael, so it might.
Well, I'm glad you found this song soothing, Neon.
Although I was expecting it to go very fast like the Pogues would do for songs like Fiesta.
Indeed.
They start off slow and then they literally just go light speed.
Oh, Stan sent me something from TikTok. Darth Sidious and his droid army versus Chancellor Palpatine and his clone army. Literally just the Pixar short Jerry's Game.
I know. Well, while the Republican CIS were playing checkers, Palpatine was playing 4D chess.
Yeah.
Sorry, 5D chess.
5D chess. It was just right. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Neon. Rocky Road to Dumfries.
Forgot to leave the brakes on.
Forgot to leave the brakes on and then just run away down the hill. Down the American on the Irish and the Islands. Oh, and then it crashes. Oops. Well, anyway, now let's talk about the decline and dieselisation of Ireland's railways. So from the end of the Second World War,
Okay.
From the end of the Second World War, Ireland's railways really started to go downhill.
Especially after the 1930s.
Mm-hmm. Steam 777 Steam Edition, yes. Destroyed the camera, yes, Darrow. Then it really started to go downhill around the 50s. So, listening to some Thomas music, are you?
Thomas Saves the Day.
Oh yeah, that's one of the, that's a good soundtrack. Though the Mike and Junior's Railway theme is better.
To be fair though, just a second. Yeah, there it is.
Perfect.
I honestly think it sounds even more threatening than the Runaway theme by Mike and Junior.
I guess.
Well, it kind of takes me back to Jay Vincent's opening the Cursed Realm. If you just listen to this.
Listening to Henry's theme? Nice. Alright, see you later, Rob. Thanks for coming.
But here we go. Now listen to this.
Wow.
Just a second. Oh no, sorry, it's Michael Kramer.
Wow.
But here comes the best part. Just a second. And now, to the end.
Perfect.
And then it gets really spicy.
Wow. Oh, Martin wants to know how you're doing, Elektro.
Well, Martin, I'm doing just fine. Thanks for asking.
Awesome. Right, so now let's talk about some of the island's diesel locomotives. This reminds me of the Batman trilogy. So several shunting engines were diesel shunters.
The Batman trilogy.
Yeah, like Christopher Nolan's trilogy.
The dark train rises.
Yes. So, all right.
Sorry,
we'll have a look at those in a moment, Levko.
Sorry, I meant the dark freight risers.
Dark freight risers, okay. So, several... CIA's first diesels consisted of 5 shunters, and Northern Ireland, it says here Northern Ireland did operate several diesels as early as the 1930s. Ireland's first mainline diesels were the 113 class. And honestly, so just come up here, these were Ireland's first mainline diesels, the 113 class, and I think they look quite ugly, honestly.
That's probably just their linear design.
Probably. Like, the windows look kind of big. Batman loves McDonald's. If the webcam's not on... Exactly, Mitch. I said that at the start of the stream.
Mitch Sorenstein.
Hans Zimmer, yes.
What?
Oh, nothing.
Mitch Sorenstein.
Yeah, so these...
Muscle Man from regular...
Muscle Shirt Man, alright.
Muscle Man.
So yeah, these were Ireland's first... mainline diesels. Stan thinks those diesels look good. Then we have two of the Metrovic, two classes of Irish diesels that were built by Metropolitan Vickers, the same people behind the Class 28, aka Boco's basis. So the A-class diesels, and also the smaller C-class. Yeah, the A and C classes were basically, they were basically Irish Class 28s. Yeah, so what do you think of them, Elektro? This is a C class.
Okay, that kind of just looks like a, that kind of just looks like a, I don't even know what that looks like.
Any old diesel locomotive?
No, not a diesel locomotive. It doesn't even look like a train at all.
Really?
No.
Maybe it's just the way the photograph's lit.
It looks like a furnace.
I can kind of see where you're coming from. First gen of Irish Boco, exactly, Jacob.
Boco.
Looking at the diesels here, I definitely prefer them over the steam locos. Really, Stan? Yeah, even I... Like with all of Ireland's... Like with all trains, I do prefer the steam locomotives over the diesels. The A-class are definitely closer to Boco's basis.
Homer's Revenge.
Oh, yeah. So just look up here again a second. So can you see the similarities between the A-class diesels and the British Class 28s? Both these diesels were built by Metropolitan Vickers.
I suppose, but that one looks a bit more open and run down.
Well, yeah, and there's more windows on the Class 28 compared to the A-class. But yeah, because the A-class were built by Metropolitan Vickers, they had very similar problems to the Class 28s.
Right.
Noisy, unreliable engines and everything. But I don't think the A-class diesels had the same problems that the Class 28s had, where the Class 28's cab windows would fall out. I don't think that happened on the A-class or C-class. Box on wheels with some curvature, yeah? That's basically it, Neon. Norman, did you steal the pot of gold? I do agree, Jacob.
Man, I don't like that name, Norman. It's so uninspired.
Indeed.
Normal Norman. It's just
when I was younger, I got the words Norman and normal mixed up as well.
Really?
Really.
Well, I don't know. Norman doesn't sound like a good name at all.
Well, everyone has names that I don't like. Great Southern Railway 800 will make a good Irish Gordon and Henry. I totally agree, Jacob. Jacob says like that Irish locomotive that looked like Henry would be a good fit for an Irish Henry.
I know, but what was the train?
It was the Great Southern Railway Class 800, it was... hang on. Where is it? I can't remember. I can never remember how to pronounce it. Here we are.
Let me see.
Maeve. This is the engine Jacob was referring to. Maeve.
Maeve. So,
yeah, it really does look like an Irish Henry, Jacob. I said that earlier. Metropolitan Vickers also built diesels for Australia. Oh, I never knew that. Mitch says he's going to subscribe to you, Elektro.
Does he now?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
So yeah, the A and C classes were basically
nice.
Irish class 28s. Then you have the 121 class diesels. I showed Elektro a picture of this earlier. These are basically Irish class 20s. Similar, they have very similar design with a cab at the back, a long engine snout at the front, and very large windows on the back of the cab. So yeah, huge similarities between the class 20s and the class 20s and the 121 class diesels. Can you guys see the similarities between the 121 class and the class 20s? Yeah, me and Elektro were travelling behind a class 20 earlier today on the Cantonese-Sussex Railway.
Yes, we were.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Neon says he can also see the similarities between the 121 class and the class 20s.
Love that.
Then you have the 181 class and the 141 class. Oh, Levko says he sent some photos on Discord he'd like you to see.
Alright, well, are they in your server or are they on...
They're in my server, yes.
Well, Alex.
Sorry.
Okay, so which one are they on? YouTube chat?
The YouTube chat. They're of his neighbour's Irish wolfhound.
Ah, nice. What's their name?
Elektro asked what the dog's name was. It's a lovely dog.
Yeah,
Looks adorable riding in the back of that pickup truck.
It's a shame that all the proper wolves were hunted out of Ireland.
It is a big shame.
The last wolf was killed in the last pure-born Irish wolf was killed in Carlow in the 1700s.
Damn. Oh, Levko also wants to know what you're listening to.
Wait, what was it I was listening to?
What you were playing on your phone.
Oh, it's a scene from the Simpsons movie.
The Simpsons movie.
So Long Losers.
I see.
Where Homer jumps into the sinkhole that's in his garden to escape an angry mob, and while he's thinking he's flipping them off, but he gets stuck. So he tries to dig his way out, but then the entire town just start clawing at his head. I'll show you.
Okay, let's see.
Here we go. It's only 20 seconds long.
So the dog's name is Griff, to answer your question,
Griff,
Elektro.
is that with an I or a Y?
An I.
Okay.
Yeah, it is a doggo.
Here we go.
Sinking into cement.
He's stuck.
He's digging him further in.
Hold on, you forgot. You're missing it.
Oh my lord. Even a rake and an arrow. What the? Oh my goodness gracious.
And then they decide to shoot him as well.
What, shoot the concrete?
It's sand. But
oh, it's sand. Oh, it's like concrete.
Yeah, but that was a mistake because then the sinkhole opens up and it literally sucks in the entire house.
Damn.
Well, they're China's problem now.
Yeah. Hold to China. No, it is a cute dog. Just watch Ghost Train film with my shepherd? Nice. Yeah, it is a doggo, Neon. Right, so as I was saying, next up we have the 181 and 141 class diesels, which are almost identical in design. These locomotives were virtually identical to the earlier 141 class locomotives, but fitted with a more powerful 645 engine.
Ugh.
Elektro often says to me that he thinks that some trains look the same to him, and that could not be more true with the 141 class and 181 class diesels.
Why? Let me guess. One of them looks like a big box and the other looks like a blob of nothing.
I don't know. So yeah, here's a picture.
Oh wait, no, you said it couldn't be more true, not couldn't be less true.
Couldn't be more true, indeed, exactly. So here's a 141 class Elektro. Oh, you're replying to someone.
Yeah, Levko.
Oh, in myself. Okay, I'll leave you to type for a bit, and then I'll show you the 181 and 141 again. .301 class, no picture, so I don't know what they look like. Here's one of the diesel shunters, a 421 class shunter. It is still going. Kitten, welcome back.
Kitten.
Here's another shunter.
Although we will be ending soon.
Yeah, once we cover the most recent history of Ireland's railways.
Yeah, I'm getting tired now.
Yes, so am I. We'll try and finish this as quickly as possible. Reminds you of the Border Collie Slinky.
Yeah.
195 looks like a more streamlined class 150/1. Cool. Look, this shunter looks good in CIE's black and orange livery.
Ugh.
You're not a fan, are you?
Well, it looks like the Kilkenny colours. Come on, the cats! Yeah, Kilkenny are often referred to as the cats.
And then, these are my favourite Irish diesel locomotives, the 201 class diesels.
I thought they were the 40 ones. Oh no, the 40 ones were different altogether.
Yeah, the 201 class diesels are my favourite Irish diesels. So while Maeve may be my favourite Irish steam locomotive, the 201 class diesels are my favourite Irish diesels. They look like almost the perfect passenger engines. Passenger diesels, that's fine, Mitch. And some 201s are still in use on some passenger trains in Ireland. Oh, and also we have the 71 class, which are basically elongated. These are basically 141s, the 71s, except they're stretched. Choose Tom Hanks to be the villain instead. Nice. So, Elektro, do you think what you say about some trains looking almost identical is true with the 141s and the 181? So here's a 141 class diesel, and here's a 181.
Yeah, they look pretty much the same.
Because they are the same, except the 181s have a more powerful engine, according to Wikipedia. Yeah, you're right, Neon. The orange and black is a very similar livery to the Strathclyde livery up in Scotland.
Shy and harmless, but the moment you cage it, it shuts down. No aggression, just complete rejection. It refuses to eat, move, or survive under human control. Number 2, African wild dogs. Highly intelligent, incredibly social, but their loyalty lies only within their pack. When raised, they become mentally unstable and completely ignore human authority. Number 3.
So these were some... So I showed these earlier. These were some of the coaches that were in use on the islands, on the commuter lines out of Dublin before they were taken over by the Dart. These AEC class DMUs, which with the engines of which ended up failing, and as a result, these AEC DMUs were eventually just used as push-pull coaching stock with A-class diesel locomotives, Be right back, okay, Neon. So, Elektro, if you want to know just how bad of a position Ireland's railway's in like the 1970s, all you have to do is look at this picture of the interior of an AEC class coaching stock. Graffiti all over the walls and seats that look mega uncomfortable, almost like school chairs.
They just look like normal plastic chairs to me.
Yeah, but plastic chairs are not ideal for use on trains at all. People want actual padded seats, especially for longer train journeys.
Yeah, but then you have those types of seats that look padded, but when you sit down on them, they're solid as stone.
Those are known as like ironing board seats. We have those on like the class 700s and 800s here in this country.
I see.
Levko sent something else funny to show Elektro.
I'll take a look.
Eggland.
Nice. Nice. Ireland is lucky to have not been egged.
Yes.
Though it technically was a part of Eggland for a few 200 years before we finally got our independence. We still have that grudge against you, and some still have that grudge against you, and some are pleased to know that Brexit had happened.
So yeah, Ireland's railways were in an awful state right up until the 1980s. Awful, unreliable rolling stock, diesel locomotives that kept breaking down, dirty, uncomfortable coaches like the AEC coaches.
Reckless, unreliable, and really useless.
Exactly. The exact opposite of responsible, reliable, and really useful. But, thankfully, from the 1980s onwards, they finally got the railways of Ireland finally started getting the major investment they needed to bring them up to scratch with other modern railway networks in Europe.
And now today they're actually improving.
They are indeed.
There are a few railways that are actually beginning to be repurposed, and some are still in use because they actually survived their initial purge.
Yeah, the Purge by Todd Adams. Anyway, this section on the train spotting documentary of Ireland, this is the part 2 of what was shown earlier. There's the dart.
Until the 1980s, the railways in Ireland had been in steady decline. To find out how this trend has been reversed, I travelled to Dublin's Connolly Station.
Thankfully, it has been reversed.
Irish Railways, Barry Kent.
That ran along the east coast.
Mm-hmm.
Barry, there's been a lot of investment in Irish Railways.
Up to Bray.
Can I start by asking you how much you've invested or had invested in the infrastructure?
Well, the vast majority of the €1.3 billion programme of the last 5 years has been in the network. Safety investments in terms of renewal of track, in terms of upgrading the signalling around the system. From that level to the investment in stations such as Connolly here, it's become a very, very important hub with the new Lewis arriving soon.
Oh yeah, the Lewis. They briefly talked about the Lewis Elektro, the Lewis trams.
Integrated network hub here.
Trams were last seen on the streets of Dublin in 1959, but with the new Lewis, which incidentally is Gaelic for speed, the city centre now has a sleek, modern addition to its transport system. So when was it decided that funding was needed for Irish Railways?
Well, the funding was needed for decades. It simply wasn't coming. But thankfully in the mid-1990s...
that is a violation of the rule of Rule 2. Sorry, I thought that.
So when was it decided that funding was needed for
Christmas
Irish
special
Railways?
budgie, the
The funding was needed for decades. It simply wasn't.
Oh.
But thankfully...
was needed for
Yeah,
Irish
the funding
Railways.
for Ireland's railways was needed for
It simply
decades.
wasn't coming. But thankfully in the mid-1990s, the European Union, through the regional development, to bring up the
Cool,
less
Mitch.
wealthy
I'm sure you
parts
would.
of the European Union, started to put money into the system. And so we had modest infrastructure work around the network. But the big one was the Dublin-Belfast enterprise, whose importance goes way beyond just this route. Because
Talk a bit more about the enterprise,
new track signalling,
the Enterprise
new
Express in a
fleet,
second.
and it showed other routes what the potential was for rail.
Okay, well let's have a look inside.
So yeah, all brand new rolling stock made by the same company that built the Eurostar, the original Eurostar trains.
Saw the introduction of the Enterprise.
Neon says he's glad to have some Irish blood.
Yeah.
So 1997 saw the introduction of the Enterprise Service. Can you explain exactly what the Enterprise Service is?
Well, with our partners in TransLink in Northern Ireland, the Enterprise is a Dublin-Belfast express service, and it's about offering a seamless service to...
Yeah, and the Enterprise was basically like the modern day Enterprise train is a revitalisation of what the Great Northern Railway of Ireland, the Enterprise train that the Great Northern Railway of Ireland used to run between Dublin and Belfast. So it's basically a modern day version of that train that used to be run by like the Great Northern Railway Ireland V-class steam locomotives.
Well, with our partners in TransLink in Northern Ireland, the Enterprise is a Dublin-Belfast express service, and it's about offering a seamless service to travellers on the route in terms of high quality premium carriages such as the First Plus here, modern fleet, the track and signalling completely renewed, and so it was about simply having a flagship service for the island of Ireland. The
flagship service for the island of Ireland. Yeah, the Enterprise is indeed, I would argue, Ireland's flagship train. Would you agree, Elektro?
Huh?
Would you agree that the Dublin and Belfast Enterprise train service is Ireland's flagship train?
I guess.
Modern fleet, the track and signalling completely renewed, and so it was about simply having a flagship service for the island.
It does
of Ireland.
indeed.
The peace process developed.
2+1 seating, yep. Very common in first class neon.
Renewed, and so it was about simply having a flagship service for the island of Ireland. The peace process developed, and we saw a massive increase, almost immediately a 30% increase in the numbers of passengers travelling on the route.
Now, with the actual...
Oh, this is a lovely shot. This here is a lovely shot, Elektro. Good night. This I think is near Malahide, like the Malahide Viaduct. This here is crossing the Malahide Viaduct. Yeah,
nice.
That's it. Yeah, that's currently the northernmost outpost of the DART services. This is just a lovely shot.
Yeah. There's the Enterprise that we spoke about, but there's also the commuter lines, the intercity lines, and the DART. Let's start with the DART.
Yeah, the DART
That's
now.
The biggest public transport success story in the country. It was introduced in 1984. It's electrified. Obviously, it's a more frequent number of stops as well along the network. It was a standalone service from Hull to Bray in the Dublin area. And
so yeah, the DART originally started out as just a single electric commuter service that just ran between Bray, south of Dublin, to Howth, north of Dublin. But since then, around the turn of the millennium, the line up to Malahide was electrified as well. And also the short single track section down to Greystones beyond Bray was also electrified. So yeah, the DART has since been expanded a little bit since it first started.
Standalone service from Hull to Bray in the Dublin area.
Darty Dart, says Neon.
We started with 35,000 passengers per day, and very quickly we grew.
Dart
we got
around.
to a situation again in the late 90s where we had 80,000 passengers per day, but we were still operating with the same 80 carriages we started.
Well, it was supposed to be fast anyway.
So we got
rapid commuter service.
And we were thrilled with that. But since then, we've had another 16, another 12.
Dart gun. Oh yes.
Taking delivery of 40 new carriages. So in the last 4 or 5 years, we'll have doubled the size of the fleet because the demand is growing all the time.
So how does the DART then differ from the commuter services that you run?
The commuter, we're talking about the outer commuter area.
Yeah, the Dublin's outer commuter services that like go beyond that reach further than the electrified DART services. They're still unelectrified and use like DMUs. I think they're 29,000 class DMUs,
Again,
I think.
We're talking about the outer commuter area. It's DMU operated services. Again, in 1994 we got
the 03 Hunslet Loco. I do see where you're coming from, Neon.
Again, in 1994 we got 17 of those carriages, and this was an enormous investment at the time. We're now at a stage where we have 144 carriages in that fleet. We have about 8 million more passenger journeys annually on the network than we did 5 years ago, and a lot of that is down to the commuter business.
So which companies have built your commuter trains?
But the big order, the recent order of 80 commuter railcars came from CAF in Spain, and because of that order we needed a new facility, to maintain the fleet, and we developed that in Drogheda in the new custom-built maintenance facility for DMU commuter rail.
Oh, nice.
Custom-built maintenance
Yeah,
facility.
Drogheda is where most of the the DMU commuter fleet is maintained by Irish Rail now.
DMU commuter rail cars.
Great more in front,
and
indeed.
The performance has been excellent. Indeed, we've ordered another 36 rail cars from CAF now to continue that expansion. We now want to bring that further. The Colony to Pierce area in the city centre, for example, it's a major bottleneck. You've got a twin-track railway going through the main part of the city.
Loop line through
It's got to take
Dublin.
Belfast enterprises, it's got to take all the commuter services, it's got to take all of the darts, and we've got 12 miles per hour per direction. So we want to re-signal that to allow 16 trains per hour. We want to develop a new station in Spencer Dock in the Docklands area of Dublin.
I think that new Dockland station in Spencer Dock is now open. Has since been completed.
16 trains per hour. We want to develop a new station in Spencer Dock in the Docklands area of Dublin, and that
can't help it. I'm
more
sorry.
trains in, where you're not adding to that congestion and that bottleneck in the city centre area.
Chase was outside of Dublin. I've noticed some beautiful Mark II coaches, which I love. But unfortunately, they're going...
Yeah, all the Mark IIs and Mark III, all the old orange Mark II and Mark III coaches are all gone now, all replaced by the 22,000 class intercity DMUs.
Honestly, they were much better.
We're now in a position where we have to renew the fleet, and we
Actually, they're DMUs. They're not electrified. The
diesels then.
Yeah, they are diesels, but I think they probably less emissions.
Multiple units. Is that what that means?
Yes. Yeah. Like where like a set of coaches coupled together permanently, and they're all and more than one of them is powered.
But at least they probably just had more efficient engines.
Yeah, probably less emissions.
But even still, switching to electric is what Ireland is beginning to do, and it's actually doing well for them.
Yeah, more and more of Ireland's railways will no doubt be electrified as time goes on, but currently it's still only the railway lines around Dublin that are electrified. Hope you guys enjoyed your journey on the Kent and East Sussex Railway. We did, thank you, Mitch.
Mitch, boy.
Beautiful Mark II coaches, which I love. But unfortunately, they're going because we've got a huge investment in the intercity network as well.
We're now in a position where we have to renew the fleet, and we've started that process. There's 67 carriages on order at a cost of €117 million for the Dublin Cork service.
Yeah, all the Dublin to Cork, many of the Dublin to Cork express trains are now run by these awesome Mark IV coaches, Irish Mark IV coaches. So this is what, watching Seal videos. So these are what the Dublin to Cork express services now use, these automatic door Mark IV coaches. So still loco hauled, like the previous, like the intercity, the old Mark II and Mark III stock was. But these came about in the mid-2000s, these coaches, to replace some of the Mark IIs on the Dublin to Cork services. Gonna head off now. It was a pleasure to share with Facts with you and Elektro. I'm glad to hear it, John Murray. Thank you for coming. We'll see you next week.
Stay around, John.
That's a guess, indeed. Obviously, the Irish Mark IVs are not to be confused with the British Mark IVs, which are used, the British Mark IVs, of course, being used on the Intercity 225 trains and also on Transport for Wales's Premier trains.
I feel like the English Mark IVs have also been around longer.
Yes, they have. They have. You are absolutely right, Elektro. The British Mark IVs have been around since the late 1980s, whereas Ireland's Mark IVs have been around, as I said, only since the mid-2000s. They have a nice livery, the Irish Mark IVs, don't you think, Elektro? They look, they're lovely green and silver livery.
Yeah, it's not bad. And
the island's the driving van trailers on the on Ireland's Mark IV coaches look great as well. They look very sleek and awesome. These are the driving van trailers. And of course, the Mark IV stock is still loco hauled by the 201 class diesels.
Yeah, I see it.
You had one job, curdled, ew.
Hey, don't cut in line. Let's wait in line. We have to...
An HST power car's being sold for online for £10,000. Wow. Mark IVs do have their appeal. Yes, Neon, both the British and Irish Mark IVs have appeal. You were pulled by 1638 on the Kent and East Sussex Railway? Yeah, I've been pulled by that pannier before on the Kent and East Sussex Railway. Love the Irish equivalent of the Nova Free. That's basically what they are, more or less. Ireland's Mark IVs. Like the Nova Free trains of the Mark V coaches. Yeah, Ireland's Mark IV coaches are built by CAF, like the British Mark V coaches were. So yeah, I do see where you're coming from, Neon. Honestly though, I would have much rather Ireland just ordered more Mark IV coaches than replace all the other intercity stock with 22,000 class DMUs. Don't get me wrong, the 22,000 class diesels are neat, but they're just everywhere now. They're kind of dull, honestly, the 22,000s. Anyway, we'll just quickly finish this segment on Irish railways.
Dublin Cork service primarily sold from the end of next year.
Indeed, Neon.
Modern fleet, the enterprise type specifications.
Enterprise type specifications, so modern push-pull loco hauled coaches.
Modern fleet, the enterprise type specifications, and we'll go to an hourly clock-face timetable.
Hourly clock-face timetable. So thanks to the introduction of the Mark IV coaches on the Dublin to Cork Express services, the Dublin Cork Expresses are now able to run an hourly service. And of course it was much less frequent before.
From the end of next year, modern fleet, the enterprise type specifications. And
so yeah, Ireland's railways have really undergone a huge revitalisation since the 80s.
We'll go to an hourly clock-face timetable on Dublin Cork. You know, from a situation where the rail network was on its knees here, we're very much in expansionary mode. People who've worked in...
Yeah, the railway network went from being on its knees to now slowly but surely rebuilding.
An hourly clock-face timetable on Dublin Cork. You know, from a situation where the rail network was on its knees here, we're very much in expansionary mode. People who've worked in this company for 20, 30 years and are now able to build a network that will meet the future needs of the country and perform strongly.
And perform strongly is exactly what you've done. Oh, thanks, Mitch. Thanks for liking the stream. Anyway, so we're pretty much almost at the end of the story of Ireland's railways. So the rolling... So the trains... So all the trains that are currently in use in Ireland to this day are the 2600 class DMUs used on the commuter services around Cork and such. A lot of these are like... I do see where Neon comes from with these trains looking a lot like the Sprinter trains us Brits have.
But to me they just look like big metal boxes.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you do. Yeah, modern trains do have a bit less charm to them than historic ones, but I still like modern trains. So the trains currently in service in Ireland today are the 2600 DMUs, the 2800s, which we briefly talked about earlier.
Just a second. Sorry, that just looks like it's in Carrick-on-Shore's train station, but no, it's not.
Yeah, I think, if I had to guess, this is nearer to Inchicore, the major railway works. So, the 2600s, the 2800s, the 3000 class DMUs, which are in use on Northern Ireland's railways. In a moment, Levco. Hello, 2600. Yeah, I know you like those diesels, Neon. And the 4000 class, which are basically identical. Once again, I can see where Elektro comes from with some of
Actually-
these trains looking similar.
Actually, they're not identical to me.
Really?
No, go back. That one looks more square and flat.
Probably just the angle it was photographed at.
I don't know. That one looks more rounded. It has that like sort of bump. It has that sort of bump on top. Not this one. The next one. It has like a sort of slope on it.
Yeah, yes,
A lip.
indeed.
That's it. A lip.
Yeah, yes, but I do. Yeah, it's slightly different livery on the 4000s. It seems as well. And then we have these are the trains that Elektro is most familiar with. The
22,000 intercity DMUs.
That's it. These are the backbone of Ireland's intercity train services today. And in my opinion, I do get the appeal of these trains, but they're basically, the 22,000s for me are just Ireland's...
Hold on, you forgot the 88... Hey, you forgot the 88,000s with the Dart.
We're getting to those. The 22,000s for me are just Ireland's equivalent of the IETs.
But they still get you to where you need to go.
Exactly. They're all right, but they're just kind of dull, partly because of how everywhere these 22,000s are now.
Hey, would you rather there be no train at all?
No, I'd rather have some sort of train to get me there.
Exactly. So don't judge.
I won't. I understand. Oh, and we have the 29,000 class, which run the commuter services, the unelectrified commuter services out of Dublin. 3 and 4 cars, all good to me. Oh, and there's also like 5 and 6 car 22,000s now with extra coaches.
And there's the Mark IV.
Yeah, the Mark IV DVT, the Mark IV coaches, which we've already talked about. And these are the 201 class diesels, which are currently in service on both the Cork Express and the Enterprise. Oh, and that's just a map of Ireland's railways.
And then the 8800s or the Darts.
Exactly. Hang on, where's the... Here we are, multiple units of Ireland. So these are all the trains in service on the Dart. So the 8100s, these were the first ones, built by German manufacturer Link Hoffmann Busch. Oh yeah, before the Darts, they had some drum battery trains that were built at Inchicore Works. Those were actually Ireland's first electric trains, the battery ones built in the 1930s. Heard rumours about a Soul Like Mario game? So yeah, the 8100s, these are the oldest ones. The 82,000s, I've heard that the 82,000s were really unreliable. They were so faulty. Welcome back, Jacob. Nay to you two. We're just talking about all of the Irish trains that are currently in service today. Raw to you too, Jacob. Neon. So the 82,000s were unbelievably unreliable. So many faults happen with these trains so frequently. The 82,000s were basically Ireland's equivalent of the unreliable Coradia EMUs that us Brits got from Alstom.
I think they also had limited interior space.
Yeah, seems that way. Only 5 train sets were built, and they were only in service for a pitiful 8 years, and all of them were scrapped in 2025.
They had to come eventually.
Yes, but they were only in revenue service for 8 years, which is just which should be a big testament to how unreliable they were. The Irish EMUs actually, the 8200s, Jacob. What, you've been to the Alstom factory before, have you, Jacob? Did they nick the windscreen from a lorry? Maybe, Neon. The unit, so it's operated multiple units with the 850 class. Long periods out of service. Following brief result coaches, all units were withdrawn from service yet again. Yep, and the 8200s were withdrawn with Ian Rod Aaron, or Irish Rail, citing frequent... That's it. Citing frequent breakdowns and small seating as the reason for their early withdrawal. So yeah, big waste of money. So they rejected the 8200s and all future Dart trains they acquired from the Tokyo Car Corporation.
Good thing too.
The 8500s, the 8510s, and the 8520s, all of which were acquired from the Tokyo Car Corporation.
Oh.
Were responsible for all of Tokyo's subway trains and also all of New York's most recent subway trains as well.
Huh. I just need to know, can people still hear me talking?
Yes, they can.
I hope so.
So that's rendering RR livery, I love that. So yeah, I think that's pretty much all of the trains in both Ireland and Northern Ireland that are still in use today. Oh, we haven't talked about the coaches that are used on the Enterprise service yet, the Dildrich coaches. So yeah. Hold on. Enterprise train. Here we are. New York had a lot of stainless steel cars, exactly, and that's a tradition they carried on when they started acquiring, when the New York City subways started acquiring their most recent trains from Japan. Yeah, the Dildrich coaches, I don't really know how to pronounce that, it's a French company. They were responsible for all the Eurostar, for the first generation of Eurostar trains. But these are the coaches that are in use on the Dublin to Belfast Enterprise service, and these were the coaches that basically won the argument for reinvesting money into Ireland's railways. And these And these coaches are still in use today on Ireland on the Dublin to Belfast Enterprise services. The R32s, they did last a long time indeed. Power of luck.
The only thing I don't like about them is their abrupt finish. Like they just go from a nice flat surface to just a sheer drop and then literally just vertical, like nothing. Like it was thought off or something.
Yes, I do see what you mean, but I do like the design of the Dildrich driving van trailers here. They do look a lot like the cab design of the 201 class diesels.
But it doesn't exactly look aerodynamic.
I guess not, but it'd be even more unaerodynamic if it was just a completely flat face. Oh, Mitch wants to know what part of Ireland you live in.
Leinster.
Leinster. Is that the name of the county you live in?
It's the province.
That's the name of the province Elektro lives in. So that's in the south of Ireland. Those dirty diesel Northport units trying to take my job.
Diesel North, huh?
Mm-hmm. And the Enterprise trains now also use some of the old Mark III generator cars to power the onboard lighting of the I can't pronounce the name of those coaches, but these are the generator cars that are in use on the Enterprise service to provide electricity to the passenger coaches so that the diesel locomotive doesn't have to use up all of its engine power, some of its engine power on powering the coach interior lighting and such. So now it can use all of its power just to pull the train. So it makes it more efficient. Oh, Jacob says he has an uncle who's Irish.
So he does.
Very nice. Yeah, and then the Mark IVs, which we've already talked about. You heading up now?
No, I'm moving around.
Okay, sounds good to me.
And besides, I'm still staying up after a bit.
All right then, very well.
Trying to take my job. They're taking our jobs, and I won't stand for it.
Oh yes. So yeah, I think that pretty much covers. Oh yeah. Sorry. Did I?
Nah.
It's fine.
I was actually just gonna pull the table back.
Oh, okay. Actually, there is one more neat little piece of Irish railway history that all of you might be interested in hearing about. The experimental steam locomotive that was designed by Oliver Bulleid in the late 1940s that was built to be powered by Irish turf.
Wait, what?
As in peat.
Peat?
The coal-like fuel built to run on mud.
Nope.
Well, hang on. Turf-powered train, Ireland. Here we are. Oliver Bulleid's bizarre turf-powered train, the CIE Class CC1. You and Cornwall stand down. You have an ancestor who's Irish, Damo? Nice.
Steam engines can be fueled with many different things. In the early days,
Here,
some
better
were
give
powered
this
by
one.
wood, many relied on coal, and in the later years of steam, a large number of engines even ran on liquid fuels like oil or gas. Over time, many engineers have tried to find alternate or more efficient fuels to run their engines on. One of these engineers was Oliver Bulleid, who had the revolutionary idea to try and fuel an engine. Many engineers have tried to find alternate or more efficient fuels to run their engines on. One of these engineers was Oliver Bulleid, who had the revolutionary idea to try and fuel an engine with mud.
Fuel an engine with mud?
For decades, Ireland and Irish Railways experimented with burning turf. For decades, Ireland and Irish Railways...
Okay, so aluminium can be formed and is actually refined in Ireland. However, it leaves behind unusable residue called red mud, and it's extremely poisonous.
How poisonous are we talking?
Well, basically, like, it just can't be used for anything, and it's basically just a toxic sludge.
Oh my god! So
it's actually where I got the idea for the Meyer sludge from the role plays.
I was wondering that literally just now. Sky Tortec will not scan down. No, indeed.
For decades, Ireland and Irish Railways experimented with burning turf, or as it's more widely known, peat. To simplify, peat is made up of moss, plants and other wetland shrubbery that has built up over time and partially decayed into a mud-like state, essentially organic matter that's in the beginning stages of becoming a fossil fuel. It mostly forms around bogs or similar kinds of wetland and has many uses, but primarily, when dried out, can be burnt to produce a substantial amount of heat. It had been used for centuries as a means of cooking and domestic heating, so naturally many engineers wanted to see if it was capable of powering a steam engine. Many tried, but given the abundance of coal and the fact peat didn't burn quite as hot as coal, peat-fired designs never really took off.
Yeah, this locomotive that's being talked about in this video is basically the Irish equivalent of Bulleid's leader class locomotives, which basically are steam locomotives that look like diesels and are quite possibly some of the ugliest steam locomotives ever built.
I see.
The Bulleid leader, that's it. So, does this look like a diesel locomotive to you?
Kinda does.
Well, a lot of people would think that, but it is indeed a steam locomotive. And the video that
How is it a steam locomotive?
Well, it's got a boiler,
but it doesn't have a stack.
Well, it's concealed within the locomotive's rounded body.
So how does it exhaust the toxic steam?
There's a hole at the top. It just can't be seen from the angle it's photographed at.
Okay.
And do you agree it looks kind of ugly?
Sorry, I'm just getting tired.
So do you agree it looks kind of ugly?
It just looks like a single box.
A curved box?
It's not exactly ugly, it just looks basic.
Well, yeah, I can see what you mean, but the Irish equivalent of the Bulleid leader, the CC1, you'll see is even uglier.
Well, then let's just look at it and get this over with.
What the bleep is that? Certainly right,
of rural
indeed.
development and energy security led to a demand to increase turf production. Some railways had to use turf in place of coal when supplies ran low, and
Makes
eventually
sense.
alternatives to coal were being looked into. The CIE converted 93 engines to burn oil in 1946, but this project was quickly abandoned after coal supplies picked up again. Andrew Barclay built 3 narrow gauge engines specifically
Indeed,
designed to
Jacob.
burn turf in 1949 for use in Ireland, but these only lasted 3 years before being withdrawn. In 1949, Oliver Bulleid retired from British Railways and was brought in as a consulting mechanical engineer for the CIE in Ireland before moving up to chief mechanical engineer. He helped the railway with the process of dieselisation. However, with diesel fuel still being relatively expensive and the advantages of diesel still being unproven, Bulleid felt it was worth exploring other options and took a keen interest in turf burning designs. After several laboratory experiments using stationary boilers, he moved on to testing a full-sized engine running exclusively on turf in 1951. He took a former Great Southern and Western Railway Class K3 and had it rebuilt with a firebox fitted with air pipes, 2 Crosty-style feed water heaters, preheating coils in the water tank, the chimney was set behind its tender, and turf would be fed into the firebox by an auger. After problems with steaming, the engine was fitted with a forced draft fan, which was mounted onto a wagon behind the tender and powered by a Leyland bus engine. With mixed results, the engine was eventually broken up in 1957. Armed with all the knowledge he needed, Bulleid finally got to work on putting together his turf-burning engine. Wanting to make an engine with all the comforts of modern diesels and with his leader design still fresh in his mind, he set to work. The end result was a tank engine fitted
There
with a
we
double
are. That's the end. That's the engine it's working to.
Didn't you just show this?
No, this is the Irish equivalent of the leader class.
Okay.
Does it look even uglier to you?
That just looks basic, although it does have a bit of a deeper design now.
Yeah, a little bit more interesting. Like
boiler, 2 cabs, feed water heaters, induction fans to improve airflow, and mechanical stokers, mounted on 2 sets of swivelling bogies. All the wheels were powered by a 2-cylinder steam engine and connected with a chain transmission. The CC1, as it was dubbed, was more comparable to a double Fairley engine in a square casing than a standard locomotive. It was shorter than Bulleid's previous leader design, lighter, had fewer cylinders, and was balanced much better. Testing began in July of 1957, primarily between Dublin and Cork.
It's even more square than the leader class.
Huh.
It's really square.
Began in July of 1957, primarily between Dublin and Cork. It was found to handle well, capable of travelling comfortably at 70 miles an hour while maintaining a favourable noise level.
Shouldn't follow the leader class. That's a good one, James.
At 70 miles an hour while maintaining a favourable noise level and burning turf at a moderate rate. However, despite its articulated design, it was found to handle poorly on tighter curves. Some problems the engine suffered with were easily amended, such as...
That green with yellow stripes on it does look good on the engine, honestly.
Yeah.
Exhaust smoke and steam blocking the driver's view, necessitating smoke deflectors be fitted. The engine also supposedly caused several line-side fires, leading to spark arresters also being fitted. Some problems it suffered from, however, couldn't be so easily amended, such as its high water consumption as well as leakage of the chain drive's oil baths. A problem...
Yeah, the chain drive transmission did have frequent oil leaks, unfortunately, Elektro. So yeah, the CC1 class locomotive was just as problematic as Bulleid's earlier leader locomotives.
Its high water consumption as well as leakage of the chain drive's oil baths, a problem many of Bulleid's designs suffered from. Another major drawback of the design was the positioning of its controls, as when operating from its number 1 end, it was fine. But when driving from its number 2 end, both the driver and the fireman were positioned on the same side of the engine, making it awkward to see ahead when they had to share the same space. Despite its shortcomings, CC1 proved that firing an engine on turf was entirely plausible, and that with a little more refinement, Ireland was more than capable of producing a fleet of turf-burning machines. John Click, an engineer that had been helping with the trial, designed a single-ended version of CC1, which would address many of the engine's issues. The idea was to have the engines primarily burn oil, but could easily be converted to burn turf in an emergency. Unfortunately, this design never came to fruition. CC1 continued testing and was even reported to have hauled several freight trains around Dublin. However, when Bullied retired in 1958, CC1 was retired as well. Despite its success, with Ireland moving towards dieselisation, it was likely the railway didn't consider turf burning or other steam variations worth developing further if they were to be obsolete in just a few years' time. As such, Click's designs weren't pursued, and the CC1 project was abandoned. CC1 was officially withdrawn in 1963 and broken up in 1965, with its boiler being retained for stationary use while its chassis remained in Inchicore. A CIE executive later remarked that scrapping the engine was a pity, and that such an oddity deserved preservation. In the end then, the CC1 was just another tragic example of a good idea in the wrong place at the wrong time. The fact Bullied managed to pull off building an engine that could be fired on turf and still perform is quite an achievement.
That this locomotive was retired the same year its designer retired.
Yeah.
Example of a good
That's what
idea
was
in
said.
the wrong place at the wrong time. The fact Bullied managed to pull off building an engine that could be fired on turf and still perform is quite an achievement, but given that the rest of the world was starting to move on from steam simply meant it got left behind. If the design came a few decades earlier, it may have completely changed Ireland's railways. But alas, the CC1 remains a reminder that it isn't always the idea that's bad. Sometimes it's just the timing.
Yeah, it is.
Subscribe
off,
for me.
Neon.
What does Neo say?
What does Neo say?
The designers of this engine's just a bit off.
Eh.
It is. Okay, so the very last thing I'd like to talk about in this stream is the Irish Railways, is the animated film about Irish Railways that Stuart Studios 5 is currently working on,
And
Kira.
make sure it is the very last one, and don't break your promise.
I will.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just getting tired now.
So am I. Well, I did say I wanted to briefly talk about Kira because part of the reason for it is because I am actually starring in Kira.
So you are.
And I've already sent in my lines. The film was supposed to come out in 2023, but the film was supposed to come out in 2023, but now it's been delayed for a long while. So all sorts of characters here. So Kira and Cassidy are both 141 classes. Eddie is an A class. Donal is based...
Donal. It's Donal.
Donal. He's based on number 4 on Dublin and Southeastern Railway number 461. It is Jacob.
Willow and Gia.
They're both 121 classes. Imagine if steam locomotives leader became more reliable than the norm. Indeed, if that were the case, Jacob, we'd definitely still have steam locomotives around today. So yeah, this film is basically Ireland's railways taking place in the Thomas universe, which will be fun to see. Charlie's basically the Northern Irish one. Manny, he's another 141. And Chelsea's also a 141. Zoe's another A class. Bobby's one of the preserved steam locomotives. Now this is the character I'm playing, Alex. He is one of the 71 class diesel locomotives.
So far Kira's the only one that has an actual Irish name.
Yes.
Don't have any like Killian or Quiva.
Isn't Manny an Irish name?
I wouldn't think so. Manfred is not an Irish name.
Yeah, but basically the 71 class, which is what Alex is, they're basically elongated 141s.
All right, well,
with a higher top speed as well.
All right.
Fred, he's one of the darts and an 81 class, and all these are 201 class diesels. I was originally going to voice Lee as well, but the voice I gave him, I just couldn't. Whenever I tried to record lines for Lee, I just couldn't stop laughing because the voice I tried to do for Lee was just so stupid. I tried to do like a Canadian style, basically a Canadian warrior from Tugs. You know, the deep voice that Warrior has, but with a Canadian accent. But it just came out more like a Patrick Star-esque voice, and I just couldn't stop laughing every time I tried to record one of Lee's lines.
Is this Warrior? No, this is Patrick.
Good one. So now I dropped out of the part of Lee, and now I'm only voicing Alex. And with Alex, the 71 class diesel having the same real life name as me, I felt it only fitting to have Alex to voice Alex. Esmeralda, who's a 29,000. What was your voice for Lee?
I think it was something like this. I was.
Even now when I'm trying to do one of Lee's lines, it's...
You sound like the Fat Controller.
Duh, I'm not a duh.
That's just like an awful Patrick Star impression. Cillian is good. Oh yeah, Cillian would be a good name for a...
Who?
For an Irish name.
Killian,
sorry. And yes, Jacob, I do see what you mean with... do see what you mean with the 201 class diesels being a lot like class 67s. One-piece windscreen, exactly. Neil O'Brien, very Irish name. All the drivers having Irish accents, these are basically just all
Inishcore
workmen.
Inishcore.
Inchicore it's pronounced.
Fine, Inchicore. Why is there a real human head on that guy?
I don't know. Joe Marr, rather.
Joe Maher.
Now, I don't usually talk in these
Joe
videos,
Maher,
but there's 3 matters I need to address. And using text to cover
we really
them
need to
just
see
wouldn't
this?
work. My profile or character script, my Discord.
I guess not. Imagine a Skyright Quartet with steam locomotives. Oh, and I have played this on stream in a past stream, but just to end off this stream, here's me recording. Here's some of the bloopers that I recorded for my Alex lines. I would let you guys listen to the actual lines, which are in an unlisted video, but I don't think it would be right for me to show those lines until Kira, the film itself, actually comes out. So for now, I'll just let you guys hear the bloopers again.
Don't want to be an American idiot.
No. Imagine if the Skywright Quartet was steam locomotives. That would be that would honestly be brilliant, Jake, with the Skywright Quartet being steam locomotives. You'd be a tank Neon thinks he'd be a tank engine if we were steam locomotives. Aeroline would no doubt be a 9F, as those are my favourite locomotives of all. What do you think Elektro would be as a locomotive?
Train.
Well, yeah, some sort of electric locomotive, definitely. Oh, Elektro would be best suited to be a Class 91. Those are my favourite electric locomotives.
Okay.
Maybe a 2MT Ivert for Kerwin, actually. Right, here are Alex's bloopers.
You're Kira? The Kira? The one who did the world's first train orgy?
That was improvised by me. I just wanted to have a bit of fun.
I'm sorry,
there.
Stuart.
Let's see.
That's right, little man. I'm getting my own... Bollocks.
Yes,
That's
I did,
right,
Jacob. I mean James.
Why can't I say cartoon?
I recorded these lines nearly 2 years ago.
She helped me
and
on
the
my
film's
first
still
passenger
not
round
out
to
yet.
court. And she helped me It's not one of my siblings.
Sound like the Nodal kid from Butter Express. It sounded like
It was likewise an honor working for... Shit. It wasn't! Unlike her, I had to work hard to earn my... It wasn't! Unlike her, I had to hurt...
Indeed, Neon.
Doing an American accent while shouting is hard.
It is hard.
I guess Elektro could be an E8 series Shinkansen. You know, this one.
Oh, perfect. E8 series Shinkansen is perfect. Like one of the Japanese ones. Perfect.
Actually, no, this is a better image.
Yeah, perfect choice for Elektro. Yeah, this is... Yeah, I basically did my Spyro voice for Alex.
An E8 Shinkansen.
Doing an American
Thanks,
accent while
Jacob.
shouting is hard.
Where we bloopers are just progress. And they're fun, yes. What the hell are you doing in my shed?
I need to charge my phone.
Okay, I'm about to end the stream now. So why don't you just say goodbye to everyone now and...
No, I'll be back in a second.
Okay.
That? The special visitors are about to arrive? Cassidy and Kira are running... Fuck. Shh. What's that? The special visitors are about to arrive? Fuck. I'm assuming that's why they told you. What they told you, not why? Oh, you divvy.
Voice acting is hard. Most recent voice acting I did for another channel was Mr. George when I tried to when I did some lines for Mr. Krabs in the finale to his SpongeBob Plush series, and doing those lines, as I said in the description, just absolutely murdered my throat. I definitely had the blooper, you wouldn't know it from the bloopers, but I definitely had a far easier time voicing Alex than I did Mr. Krabs. As for Alex, I just used my my Spyro voice, which you can all tell from hearing this.
I'm Old Man Jenkins, and I'm a big chicken that cuts Mr. Krabs' money.
I know I did, Stan. And I am still going to be voicing in Mossford Colliery for you, which I will do that.
Gotta go like lightning. Nice.
Indeed. Did it ever come to you that Alex sounds like Spyro? Well, when I'm voicing... Yes, it did come to me. I just mentioned that. You'd be great as our purple boy. Thank you, Jacob.
His voice is a little flat, but I think he can make it.
Yes, I think I did a very good job voicing Alex for the film. Oh, and here's Alex's character model that's going to be used in the film. So originally, this model was going to be This was originally going to be filmed in the computer program Trains, but now Stuart has decided to make Kira a proper animated film. And this is the character model he'll be using, that's going to be featured in the film as Alex. So yeah, what do you think, Elektro, of Alex's character model?
It just looks like every other train I've seen so far.
Yeah, well, I think in the end it's gonna look, all these character models are gonna look awesome. I hope to voice act my unicorn. I'm sure you will eventually, Jacob.
What sort of voice do you plan on giving him? Do you plan just using your own voice, or are you going to give him a unique voice of your own?
Yeah, I do wonder that myself. Squee, Slinky and Ben. Oh, this Reddit post. Oh.
Ugh.
Sir Top Hat. Oh yeah, Top Hat from Tugs. Oh god.
That looks so weird.
Really weird.
The terrorists are coming for your world next. Yeah, that is what the Empire basically made the entire galaxy think the Rebel Alliance was.
Oh dear.
He basically called them separatists and referenced General Grievous.
That is a bit of a shame, isn't it? But they were nice. You remember voicing Squidward? Yeah, I remember that too, James. They did a bit of Mr. Krabs' impression like Luigi fan. Indeed.
See you around, Mitch.
My Mr. Krabs voice doesn't take a toll on my vocal cords. Well, I'm glad you can do a better Mr. Krabs voice than me. You hope to somehow voice your dragon in the future, do you, Neon? I reckon you'll voice him. I reckon you'll do a great voice for Cobalt, Neon. Alright, everyone, so that's about it for this live stream. I've basically talked about everything I want to talk about in this stream, and it's well past, it's nearly 11:30 now, definitely time for me to go to bed now.
It's only 11:15.
11:15, sorry. Either way, it is time for me and Elektro to go to bed now. Rebels are kind of tough.
I'm just gonna stay up for another bit.
Okay, but does Elektro have any final thing he'd like to say before we end? Any final words on Ireland's railways?
Well, it was a privilege to be here, and it was amazing to learn what exactly my country had to offer, and I'm very glad to know that I was born in such a rich and lush country with an interesting backstory that was mainly driven by Alex's country. But then we branched off and did our own thing, so now it appears that we found our own track.
Yes, and that's the best way to put it. You did indeed find your own track. And now Ireland's railways are rebuilding themselves, and I reckon in 50 years from now, Ireland's railways will be just as good as the UK's railways. And indeed,
thanks, Neos, for that, and we will see you tomorrow.
It's going to be a great day in Eastbourne tomorrow for me and Elektro. And I reckon in 50 years' time, Ireland's railways will be as good as all of the modern railway networks across the rest of Europe. I think you're doing similar voice to Athena in the last unicorn if she were male. Yeah, that makes sense, Jacob. I thought that was the kind of voice you do. Even I could do a Mr. Krabs voice. Okay, cool, demo. So, it was lovely seeing you all here tonight. Lovely to talk to you all again. Thank you all so much for watching. I'm going to try and get another vlog out soon. I'm not ready to... Hang on, let me say goodbye.
I know, just tell me when.
So I'll try and get another vlog out for Tuesday and maybe another video before then. We'll see what happens. Either way, guys, thank you all so much for watching tonight's stream. I hope you all enjoyed. Please like, comment, share this stream with your friends. Don't forget to subscribe to me, TrainLover16, if you haven't already, to stay tuned for upcoming content. And also go follow me on Instagram and Blue Sky. Join my Discord server. Check out my eBay profile. Go and buy my novel, The Spy and the Superdog, if you haven't already. Yeah, take care, Neon. It is metaphorical indeed, Jacob. Goodbye, everyone. And I will see you all in my next video. Goodbye, everyone.
See you all around. Ugh, not this again. Okay, see you all around.
And that's it. So, you enjoyed that, did you?
Yes, I did.